Well. Day 57. Is it? Yes. Okay. I don't know why I can never remember what day it is. Especially because I write it in the titles, I put it everywhere, and then it just goes right out of my mind. But welcome, guys. I do believe today is day 7. So thank you guys for being here on such a glorious day, right? I mean, who doesn't love the 57th day of anything, really? Not as cool as 60, but we're getting there, okay? Welcome, guys. Thank you, L. And, wait, was it you? Yes, L. You were the first one to type in the chat. So I did award you the beautiful, coveted 300 PPs. So thank you very much, L. You said, help me. I may have made too much sauce. I don't know why that's funny. I may have made too much sauce for the lasagna, maybe 3 kgs. That sounds like a lot of, that doesn't sound like a mistake. You know what I mean? 3 kg, like, you don't just one does not simply over make 3 kgs worth of sauce. You know what I mean? That sounds like a mortal mistake. That sounds like you did it intentionally. The starting soon video is acting up. Hopefully it's fixed. Well, there shouldn't be a starting soon video anymore. Hopefully things are good. I did have to fix, I was reviewing the video from yesterday, and the past couple days, maybe at least, my audio wasn't syncing up with the visual. So I hope it's been fixed. If you guys can let me know if it seems like when I'm speaking, does it not synchronize with the video? If so, let me know, because I need to offset the audio a little bit more. But hopefully it's a bit more in line. Yeah, it was pretty egregious before. So I think something happened where I think my mic source disappeared, and when I put it back in, it also removed the filters stuff. Anyways, what else is happening, guys? It's 1 kg minced beef, 1 kg carrots, 500 grams tomato, and 1 kg white onion. Listen, I'm gonna be honest, I've never cooked lasagna before. I'm a professional at eating lasagna, if that's worth anything, but I cannot help you with your 3 kg extra sauce, okay? Yeah, good luck to you on that one. Estimates, okay. Yo, what's up, Primal Nation? Oh, hello. Awesome emote as always. Yes. Wait, I still need to, I've been gone for too long, so now I'm, like, forgetting all the emote stuff. But I have to figure out when I can unlock more emotes, and then I can add the awesome ones that you had provided. There's an extra one, Primal, you provided, which I haven't been able to add. I forget if it's that one. I thought I might have added it already. I'll have to double check. Sent a picture in Discord. Okay, let's check this out. And welcome, everyone. Welcome. As usual, I am a bit slow on reading some chats, but I think I'm basically caught up. Okay, let me just quickly see here. L, you sent something in the Discord. Oh, wow. Okay. Hold on a second. I will always appreciate anyone who sends food photos to me. Unless it's British food, as we've discussed in length before. All right, let's go ahead and switch screens real quick. We got our beautiful lasagna from L here. So I don't actually know, like, is it really a bad thing if you end up with too much sauce for lasagna, or do you just like have to keep boiling it until the sauce dehydrates? Is that the right word? Evaporates, not dehydrates. Yeah, I wouldn't know what to tell you. Or do you just gotta like slurp it all up until the portions are proper? I don't know. But it looks good for my lack of knowledge. I don't know if this is how lasagna is supposed to look while you're in the process of making it. But you know what? I think you did a good job on keeping the heat setting to 5. Absolutely. That's like some professional chef related things right there. So good job there. I wouldn't do it any other way. Yeah, that's the only advice I can give you. It looks good. Does it taste good? That's the real question. Did I fix everything? Oh, shoot. My cat camera is broken. Jesus, I go away for like a few weeks, I come back, and then everything just doesn't work the way it's supposed to. Why? Why, God? Why? Okay, let me just double check. Yeah, so the cat camera needs to be fixed here. Okay, let's do it from this one, so it's not just a pure black screen. Let me look for my cat camera. Where art thou? Did it just disappear? Hold on. Okay, let me just see. L, let me read what you said. I got 1 kg of meat, and what got added to it made a bunch more. It takes a lot of time. Nope, just leftovers from meal prep. Well, it looks good, man. For what it's worth, I think it looks good. I just can't help you because I don't know how to make lasagna. All right. I don't know what I did, but my cat camera has disappeared, which means I need to... And we can't do a stream without the cat camera. Come on. Even I have standards here. And that's got to be like a requirement. So let's go ahead and add it in. What is it? Is it a video source? Video capture device? Yes. Logitech. This guy. Okay, where are you? Where are you? What? Okay, I'm switching over to cat camera here because I think it might be easier for me to see what's going on. Okay, there we go. It's back. It is back, ladies and gentlemen. All right, what about in the editing scene? Okay, it's back there too. Well, I mean, it's empty because my cats didn't show up to work because I'm feeding them right now, so they're probably doing their thing. But all right, anyways, is everything else working? Why am I frozen here? What the heck is going on? I feel like am I just like breaking everything right now? Hold on. Cuz okay, so what I can see on my side is that the screen is frozen. So let's try to fix it here. Am I frozen? Testing. Am I frozen on the screen? Is my audio working? What is the meaning of life? Sometimes I wish. I don't know what I wish, but not this. Okay, I'm assuming I just need to like play around with the cameras real quick. So what if I switch over to studio display camera, and then let's switch back to cam link. Okay, we're back, I think. Well, thank you guys. I think I fixed it. What is the meaning of life? 42. Oh yeah, is that a reference to that one movie? I think I have the book somewhere behind me. Hitchhiker's Guide, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have the book somewhere. I'm a huge fan, but unfrozen? Hells yeah. Okay, we're back in business. So welcome, guys. Thank you. Primal, you said, dang it, I can't read it from there. Let me see from the Twitch chat. Dream big. Yes. Always dream big. Dream big. I can't speak today either. But yeah, welcome, guys. Day 57. So what is on the docket for today? Well, I had to return the camera, the beautiful Nikon ZR. L, I forget if you were here yesterday, but I was able to live stream with the camera. Oh yeah, I think Primal, you weren't here yesterday, but yeah, I was able to do a little bit of a live stream yesterday using the Nikon ZR, and I think it was fantastic. The quality was great, and apparently I didn't get to test it, but apparently I'm able to hook it up to my studio, like to my PC essentially, or my studio, using a USB-C cable, as opposed to like, you know, I use one of those Elgato cam links, and you got to hook up an HDMI from the camera to the thing, and then you plug it into the PC. So supposedly you can just use like USB-C. So I hope to have access to a ZR in the future, and then maybe we can use it as a live streaming camera. Game plan for today. So I've returned the camera, but I really do hope that I was able to film everything that I needed to put the product review together. So basically what I'm going to do today on the stream is kind of walk through everything. I do enjoy sharing this with you guys, as long as it's not boring for you all, but either way, it's work that I need to get finished. So I figure if I'm going to stream, I might as well do it on the stream. So what I did off stream, just because I would not subject you guys to listening to my 1001 horrible takes, because I didn't have a teleprompter, so I had to basically say the script from memory, and my memory no good, okay? Brain no good. So I already spent most of today just kind of color coding all of the correct takes or potential takes. So then I'm going to drag all of these color coded ones into a working timeline, our project timeline. And then we got to see, does it all make sense? Let's all put it all together. Let's figure out where the B-roll slots in, and soundtrack, all that kind of stuff we got to do. So the goal is, can I finish this in the next few days? So anyways, that's what we're going to work on today, is just like put all the clips together. Now, there is a possibility, I haven't decided yet, because I did mention I made a post on Upwork to see if I can hire a YouTube editor. It's something that I've been mulling around. I knew at some point this is something I need to do, because otherwise I will not make it as a professional YouTuber, streamer, etc. Whatever it is that I'm doing, I won't make it unless I start outsourcing and scale. So I decided to pitch to see if I can get some potential YouTube editors, and there was a decent number of proposals coming through, and I haven't had a chance to fully vet them yet. But let's say if I put all these clips, we've identified all the potential clips. Let's say if I export it into a bit more of a workable file, perhaps I can also give this to an editor to say, like, you know, hey, what can you do with all of these clips and the B-rolls? I want to see this as kind of like a trial run of their quality. So I might pitch this to a number of editors and then see who comes up with the best content, and then work with that person for the foreseeable future. I don't know. Anyways, so that could be a possibility, but you know, these files are so large that in some ways I feel like it would take more time for me to try to get them access to the files than me just working on it myself. Unless they work in DaVinci already, because I believe you can do those like proxy files or something. I'm not sure. So we got a lot of things to figure out today, and but at the very least, I'll share the behind the scenes with you guys of what the product review looks like, some of the clips that we have identified that we want to use, and then also I did do some product review shots of the camera. So I mostly did it in landscape, and then with some portions I did do vertical of the camera, so maybe I can use this for future videos. I do need to like post something on Instagram and YouTube Shorts as well. But the camera does look nice and beautiful here. I shot this with my Nikon ZR III with I think it was a 50mm lens attached. But listen, the Nikon Z6 III, the Nikon Z6 III is a beautiful camera, and I quite love it. And it does a really fantastic job, and to the point where I think I mentioned this before, in the past few trips that I went on, when I had the Z6 III, so I think I went on maybe 3 to 5 country international trips where I had access to the Nikon Z6, or that's when I had the Z6 III. I really enjoyed shooting with it to the point where I almost feel like it rivals the functionality or practicality of shooting with my Z9. So even though the Z9 is like the best, you know, it's a flagship camera, it shoots the best quality photos, videos, all that. The Z6 III just felt more practical for me in terms of like fitting into my bag, quickly pulling it out, doing some selfie videos, doing the day-to-day kind of shooting. So even here, we'll kind of look through all the footages. It's probably going to be shaky. I didn't do anything crazy with this. I just wanted to get some shots and see hopefully if we have some good angles here. And I literally just shot this from my table. So literally where I am right now. Oh, hey, look who decided to show up. Good on you, Nala. You're almost on time. And let's bring this up a little bit. Good girl. But yeah, so I just filmed it right here, essentially, on the table. And I set up the camera on top for some of the shots for the overhead, some just hand holding. So anyways, let me take a sip of my soda real quick, or whatever this is. God, that feels good. But yes, guys, this is the ZR. It's a beautiful camera. Now, actually, Elle, I feel like you would know best because you are the king. You are the ruler, the lord, whatever, of all the vintage cameras. I feel like you own everything. But for what it's worth, in my limited knowledge of the cameras that I've ever shot with, I did quite enjoy the look and feel of the camera, and the ergonomics are quite nice. Now, I think people with like larger hands maybe might not like, because it's got like a small grip to it, so it's not like a massive grip, but it's kind of like this matte finish to it. So I found personally that the grip was quite nice. Like it didn't feel slippery. I didn't feel ever concerned that like it's gonna fall out of my hands. But yeah, I think it's a beautiful camera. So I took a few of these shots this morning before I had to return the camera. So we'll see. I don't know how much of this we'll end up using, but at the very least it's there, right? So we got all the potential B-roll shots showing off the Nikon Red, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I think I color graded most of these already. What's up, Troy? Mr. Tap. Camera looks nice. Size of an A6000? I actually don't know. Let's actually double check that. In terms of weight, I do know it's 630 grams with the battery included, I believe. Let's see. Sony A6000 weight and size. The Sony A6000 is a compact camera weighing 344 grams. Holy shite. Okay, so that's a lot lighter, actually. With the battery included, and its dimensions are 120 by 67. Okay, let's just do a cross comparison. How does the Nikon ZR compare to the Sony A6000 by weight and size dimensions? The Nikon ZF. What the hell are you doing? I didn't say ZF. Dude. Okay. All right. I asked too much of Google's AI, clearly. Nikon ZR weight and size. The Nikon ZR Cinema weighs around 630, so if we compare that, it's 344 to 630. So it's almost double. Essentially, it's like double the weight. And then 133 by 80 by 49, 133 by 80 by 49. Yeah, so it's heavier. It's like double the weight and slightly larger, I would say. But more beautiful, of course. Very, very, very beautiful. Now, a few things I mentioned in the review is the fact that clearly you can see it here, and maybe I'll just do it in let's just do it in landscape so it's easier to see. You can clearly see here that there's minimal physical buttons on the actual camera. So whereas I'm normally used to shooting with like, let's see, find a better example here. So yeah, normally you would have a bunch of buttons, right? You would, instead of just a joystick, you would have like the up, down, left, right maybe, or you would have, you know, you definitely have a back button focus button. It's always weird to say that, back button focus button, but because I am a back button focus shooter and it's not there. So it did take some getting used to. So I don't know how much of it I kept in the complaints or like in the issues that I had with the camera, just because some of the complaints I had are more like quick firmware fixes, or it could have been user error. So I didn't want to like lean too much into that, because that, especially if it turns out it was just user error, it feels weird that I'm complaining about something that was my fault. So, but I kept a little bit. Charlie Paris. Why are you comparing it to an A6000? It's comparable to the FX3. Oh no, Charlie. I would never compare it to an A6000. But we had someone in the chat just asking about the size comparison. So yeah, definitely not a comparison to the A6000 by any stretch. I love this camera, by the way, and in the product review it's going to be pretty clear, right, that I think as much. No idea what that is. It looks simple like the A6000 to me. No idea what that is. Oh, the FX3? I'm not sure. Oh yeah, the FX3 is like, it's also another beautiful camera. I've never got to shoot with it. I just know it's basically considered the top. It's a top dog, right? That was the one that for the past, has it been 5 years since it launched? Like everyone just viewed it as the best, you know, to do these kind of like cinema, professional cinema type stuff. And now we've got some competitors. So I know Canon popped up with something like the C50, I believe it's called. And then now Nikon is entering into the fold. And so I'm quite excited as a Nikon shooter. Charlie, oh yeah, by the way, Charlie, welcome, because I don't know if I've seen your name before in the chat. So if you are new, because we are a new streamer, so I do tend to recognize if there's someone new typing in the chat. So yeah, welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for engaging. Thank you for making sure to correct so nobody gets the wrong opinion that I think that the ZR is like an A6000. You said, I was going to say, LOL, it's nothing like all good. Yeah, exactly. Listen, believe me, I actually started with the Sony A6000. So when I started my photography journey, It was, I think, like maybe 2015, 2016. And I shot with the Sony a6000. So that was my very first camera ever. And I did enjoy it quite a bit. You know, some of my favorite photos I took with the Sony a6000 when I didn't know what I was doing. I still have it printed and everything. And then I moved over to Nikon afterwards. I was into more like landscape initially. So I was shooting, you know, with the D810 for a while when I traveled. Then I moved to a D850, then a Nikon Z6 to a Z9, Z6 III, and then hopefully soon a ZR. But yes, from looks, not functionality point of view, obviously. Yeah, for sure. Listen, if you would like to see the quality of the ZR, I have pinned in all the chats my latest YouTube video, which is only 5 minutes. It is my first attempt at making a documentary, a short film. And I filmed everything using the Nikon ZR. And so I was very fortunate to be able to be invited to test out the ZR prior to the announcement, prior to the launch. And so I decided to go big or go home. So I pitched, you know, for 3 days. It wasn't a lot of time, but basically I pitched going to Uganda where I would do a 3-day short documentary film where I would just film the caregivers of 55 rescue chimps, as well as filming the day in the life, as well as the chimps themselves, and then try to craft a story from it. So it was a big ambition, big challenge for me, but I do hope that I delivered. I'm quite proud of the results. And yeah, I mean, a lot of it is in large part thanks to the quality of the camera. And I never shy away from the fact that I'm not a professional. I am very much an aspiring filmmaker. I still put myself in the category of amateur. While I don't think that my quality is amateur, I'm very confident and proud of like my skills when I have to create something. I still say that I'm an amateur because I just don't have much knowledge. I don't have much experience or knowledge around the technicals, around just like everything when it comes to filmmaking and the whole process. So we're trying to get there. So if you tune into my streams going forward, and if you look at any of the past streams, you'll recognize that I'm basically here to learn, and I'm here to share also my behind the scenes. So it's been really cool that we got to meet a number of really good photographers, videographers, people in the industry, and yeah, you guys have been helping me out as I make my videos. So I do appreciate that quite a bit. If you like an example of that, there's also on my YouTube channel my episode 1 or part 1 of my trip to Mongolia. And that was more in the vein of like a travel vlog, but we did make it as cinematic as possible. I'm really proud of like the opening trailer and the key moments throughout the video where I synchronize it to music and try to make it feel more punchy. And a lot of that is in large part thanks to people who tuned into the chat and helped me out. So, and don't judge me too much on the audio quality because we did, and we're hoping that the mic quality will constantly improve over time. FX3 says Charlie is great, but in my opinion, it was overpriced from the start. Yeah, you know what? This is beyond me because like, yeah, I only started getting into filmmaking, you know, in the past few months. I got into long form YouTube, like long form video editing, maybe about 1.5 years to 2 years ago, and I got into YouTube about 1 year to 1.5 years ago. So a lot of this is new to me. So even the concept of an FX3, I didn't even know of its existence. I didn't know those three, that name existed before. So I'll take your word for it. If there is proof that it was overpriced, I guess it's in the fact that Nikon is presenting this camera that has quite a number of pro cinema features that, in my opinion, probably competes with the FX3 or even might have features that the FX3 doesn't have. The fact that it's priced at half, essentially almost half the price of the FX3, that's probably evidence to some overpricing, probably, or maybe, or I guess maybe Nikon is trying to, you know, burn through cash, or they're willing to take a hit to convert people over to Nikon, which is a good strategy in my opinion. So, ooh, what is this? We got someone subscribing, rn.editing 2459. 2459. That sounds quite, I wonder what that's about. But thank you very much, rn.editing, for the subscription. It seems like you might be a video editor, or is it the same person? Or no, it's not Charlie. Okay. Well, thank you very much for subscribing. We haven't started yet, but you got this beautiful shot of the Nikon ZR. So maybe that'll, you know, keep you guys interested while I'm slow with my chat. Charlie, you said, no, I used to be Sony. Wait, I think I missed something. Troy, you said you a Sony guy, Charlie. Charlie, you said, no, I used to be Sony. I started off photography with the Nikon D550, and then I switched to video. I got a Sony A6300 and an A7C, but now I sold all that and moved on to Red. Oh, nice. Yo, I made this complaint before. I complain. It's like a vacuous complaint, if that's the right terminology. It's an empty complaint because like, what am I offering any better solution? But it's when I look at these words, it's like every brand is so guilty of this. Like any product, it's like, yo, what is up with all the letters and numbers? Like, do you really have to call something the D550 and the A6300 and the A7C and like, you know, the ZR, Z63, and it just gets so annoying and like confusing. So, anyways. Charlie, you said, I'm subscribing. Looking forward to see you grow. Do you own the ZR? Thank you very much, Charlie. I do appreciate it, and I won't let you down, okay? We do live stream every single day, unless we have some projects or something comes up. And this is our 57th day of live streaming, just as an FYI. And we did go 46 days in a row without missing a day. And we streamed roughly 7 to 8 hours each day. And then I took 2 weeks off as I needed to film. So I traveled to Uganda, I did the shoot, and then I needed time to edit. But otherwise, we do try to stream every day when we're not traveling and doing that kind of stuff. So thank you very much. I do hope you will enjoy the content that we create. Do I own the ZR? No, right now I'm just borrowing it, but I do hope to own one soon. But obviously, it hasn't been launched yet or anything like that. So this is all a pre-production unit that they loaned me so that I could do the shoot. So yeah, I always have to make that caveat because it's like, you know, they don't want me to say like, oh, look at the quality. And then, you know, the pre-production is usually not going to look anything like the final one. So with that caveat, I do not own it, but I do hope to very soon. Gotcha. So full on video. The video world is so interesting to me. I'm all Canon, but just shoot landscapes. Listen, I think all the brands are awesome. And we made this point, and hello, Low Base. I see you in the chat. Hello, hello. And hello, BC. Beautiful people, and El Capitan Yobel. Yes, yes, sir. I will not sink the ship, not just yet. But yeah, since Low Base is here, because I know I kept bringing it up with you as well, but at some point, Charlie, Troy, BC, everyone, I do want to figure out how to create something where we can actually track any subscriber, anyone who's in the chat, probably through Discord, maybe tracking what team you guys are on, right? So are you a Team Canon? Are you Team Sony? Team Nikon? And I guess, Charlie, since you said you moved to Red, and now that Red is part of Nikon, I'm assuming by proxy you are now Team Nikon. You know, but either way, welcome to the family. But yeah, it'd be kind of cool if we can almost keep track of like how many people in the community shoot with what gear. And then if somehow I can make like a badge or a flare or whatever show up next to your username based on which team you're a part of, that would be super cool. But that's like some kind of technical wizardry that I don't actually know how to do. So it's just more wishful thinking that I project out into the world and hope that the answer just falls in my lap. Charlie, you said, yeah, full video at the moment. Found my love through photography on the Nikon though. Yeah, you know what? I didn't actually know this until fairly recently. I didn't know Nikon is the only one of at least the 3 major brands that manufactures their own glass. And to me, not to say that all of a sudden answers why I think the quality is so good, but that could be one of the reasons, right? Where to me, I feel like everyone always agrees that Nikon's glass, the quality of their lenses is exceptional, right? Possibly the top one. You know, that's hard to say, but like it always feels like the Nikon glass is superb, beautiful, all that kind of stuff. And I wonder how much of it's tied to the fact that they actually manufacture it themselves in-house. But yes, shooting with the Nikon for photography has been fantastic. And you know what, to be fair, even shooting all the video that I've done has started with Nikon, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I love it. And we're going to continue. Now that they acquired Red, and now with this new camera, the ZR, I do believe that this is proof that Nikon is committed to this. BC, you said, another wonderful day, another chance to grow my PP and consume more professional. You can't say PP. You can't say grow my PP and more professional in the same sentence. It's just not, that's like criminal. That's illegal, really. But I understand your point. Good luck on being the top PP again. Consume more professional Yobel content, even if it was shot on Nikon. Yeah, it's okay. You know what? We can't all be perfect like our beautiful Nikon ZR. Congrats, Low Base, on gambling and winning some PP. And curse you cooldowns, destroying my ability to feed my gambling habit. Yes, it is unfortunate. Troy, you said they want to confuse you into thinking you have something old. Yeah, pre-production unit was my other stripper name in college. You know what? I feel like just for you, Lobase, I need to like keep track of all the stripper names that you've had supposedly. We don't even know. You haven't even proven any of these claims, but yeah, pre-production unit. That's a nice one to be called. Charlie, you said it's very confusing with the letters and numbers. Yeah. Yes. And I'm just looking at the time. I'm realizing I'm responding to messages from 4 minutes ago. Interesting. When you shot with the ZR, did you shoot in R3D? If so, what did you think? Yes. All of this. Okay, not this, but let's actually jump over then to show you. Everything I shot was in the R3D NE codec. So what do we say? R3D NE codec stands for well, R3D and then Nikon edition, I believe. So it is the 12-bit red inspired or red whatever raw codec. And I really, really do enjoy it. I would say prior to this, my expertise or my experience in terms of like doing videos was in NRAW. So I normally would shoot in Nikon NRAW, the .nev file. And I really enjoyed it. And I think honestly the big reason that I did the switch or why I started shooting in NRAW as opposed to Apple ProRes is because I am a travel photographer first and foremost, travel content creator, let's say. And when you're shooting in Apple ProRes, it's 12 bits. And let's say like someone who's very technical could look at a side-by-side comparison between shooting at NRAW versus Apple ProRes RAW. And maybe they'd be able to say like, oh, you know what? The shadows are much cleaner in the ProRes, blah, blah, blah. And they're probably right. I don't know. But the thing is, when I was testing in the field, when I shoot in NRAW, I would be able to shoot 3 times as much as when I was shooting in ProRes RAW. And just in terms of the file sizes. And as a traveler, like that's crazy importance. So the fact that you're telling me that I can only shoot 1/3 or you know, in the inverse, I can shoot 3 times as much in NRAW, that's sold. And to me, I've really enjoyed the quality of NRAW. And now shooting with the ZR, I feel like the color science is beautiful. The thing that I've noticed was the dynamic range. So the difference between shooting with the Z6 III and the Z9, like I normally do on my trips, it's the fact that the dynamic range on this camera is so much better. Or like, I don't know if I would say so much better, but it's noticeably better. Like when I was editing these files, like I was looking at some of these and I was like, yo, there's no shot that I would have been able to have this kind of level of detail in the shadows or in the highlights or like when I'm pointing a camera straight at the sun. I just wouldn't have been able to get this level of detail with any of the other cameras I shot with. So I do believe Nikon states that it's 15 plus stops of dynamic range. And yeah, I mean, from what I can tell, I think they're not lying. Quality's great.
Stays out.
So yeah, everything was shot in red and I loved it. Charlie was forced to team Nikon. I feel bad for him. Yeah, that's why Charlie, I was like saying like, okay, well, by proxy, you are team Nikon. By hook or by crook, they say, or, you know, not by choice. Kimbap. Come on. Kimbap was trying to steal food. Low base. You said, yes, we will have to have a conversation about that. So the thing is, tracking that on any individual platform like Twitch or Discord is actually fairly straightforward. However, when you want it to cross Twitch and Discord and other platforms, it gets infinitely more complicated. Fair enough. But yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be a cool idea for sure. Let's chat about it. I'm happy to brainstorm as well. But yeah, basically being able to see every username, you know, I'm assuming Discord would have to be the common link. But then, you know, if you've provided that information in Discord about what team Canon, Nikon, Sony, Leica, whatever you are, and then somehow having that associated with some user flare or badge that pops up, maybe at least on my OBS or wherever. I don't know. That would be cool, yes. Charlie, so I was Team Sony for a while, but I always had love for Nikon. They just wasn't making great mirrorless cameras for a while. But since the Z8, they had some great cameras. Yeah, listen, I own my Z9, but the Z8 is amazing. I think like Nikon's made some really peculiar choices that probably strategically make sense. But I don't know, right? But the fact that they created the Z8 and it had basically all of the features of the Z9 just in a smaller compact body, right? I was like, yo, isn't that going to cannibalize the Z9? But, you know, I'm assuming the strategy worked. I have no idea. But it was pretty bold of them, I guess, to be able to say, like, we're taking our flagship camera, we're actually going to provide it in the body of a Z8, a smaller body, but essentially punches in the same exact way. Just maybe battery performance doesn't, and that kind of stuff. And then with the Z6 III, they included some of the same like raw features, like for internal raw recording, as you would see on the Z9, including some other features that I quite like shooting 240 frames per second. So anyways, they were doing things that I felt like, yo, you're actually putting out cameras that might be considered like on par with your flagship, or you're putting features from that one into others. And I like it. I want more companies to do that, right? Don't withhold. And then now with the ZR, I'm curious because they're using the same stack sensor, the 24.5 megapixel partially stacked sensor of the Z6 III, but now with all the raw, the red raw features. Low base, I'm pretty sure porn stars would disagree with that statement. I don't even remember which statement I made, but I'm sure they would. Hello, Kareen Optics. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. And given your name, I'm just going to assume you're maybe a fellow photographer. So just in case, let me give you a follow. But I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Just reminded me to gamble it all. Yes. Nikon has the best glass by far. I work a lot in high-speed video, and Nikon is the best glass for that. Yeah, listen, I just don't have enough sample size or enough experience myself to say like for sure one way or the other. I just know that I do enjoy shooting with my Nikon gear always, like the cameras, the lenses, all that. Although people do make fun of the autofocus, but I do feel like with the Z9, Z8s, and beyond, I think like a lot of those autofocus complaints have been generally fixed. You know, I do feel like I still hear that Sony and Canon are quite top-notch, though, with the focus. I would love to see. Kiko creates. What up, brother? Good Eve from PH. Wait a second. Kiko, firstly, I don't know if I've seen your name in the chat before, so if you're new, thank you for being here. Thank you for chatting. And what is PH? Is that Philippines? PH. That's the only thing I can think of. PH Philippines. If you are from the Philippines, well, welcome. I swear you said Nikon Enron. Nice. R3D NE is Nikon edition. Yes. Okay. Yeah. And dynamic range and bit depth is why I switched to red. I'm considering a ZR, but I spent enough money so far. Maybe in a year or two. Kind of jealous because it makes my Komodo look a little silly. Yeah. Okay. So one thing I saw in one of the reviews is, because I didn't know this about red, but this camera basically gives you that red codec, right? At a 12-bit, so it's not necessarily at I don't know if the Komodo is a 16-bit or something higher, but so this is a 12-bit. However, it has autofocus, which I understand that the red cameras don't have autofocus, and it seems like it might be a big deal, or like some people who shoot red were like, oh man, what? I want that for my red whatever camera. So, but yeah, I think for what it's worth, this camera is priced so low compared to what people expect it to be. So hopefully that means it can fit inside your budget sooner rather than later. I'm not sure. Low base, you said you can't grow your PP and professional in the same sentence. Gotcha. Okay, I hear you. That's a good one. Charlie, you said, yeah, I think that they were a little out of date with mirrorless, but yeah, the Z9 was the first great camera, but the Z8 was surprising because of the risk to cannibalize the Z9, as you say. Yeah. Either that or I use large glasses that crash into things. Fair enough. Yeah, I've been there. Love that voice to text spelled that out. Yeah, Zed is a Power Rangers villain. Oh, nice. I don't know if I ever actually grew up watching Power Rangers. I watched, not Power Rangers, I watched Texas, what is it? Texas Walker Ranger? Texas Ranger Walker? One of those three I said. It is a measurement of acidity. Charlie, people are just clinging on to Nikon hate. They are good now. I'm hoping Nikon gets the love it deserves. I kind of love it. I love the hate. I'm very much one of those that thrives. Not necessarily thrives. That's too strong of a word. I don't mind when people are haters towards things that I care about. It just makes me like the thing even more. So anytime I see, and like, someone I know, he's also a Nikon shooter, and he'll share with me some things that you'll see on Instagram, or like when people are sharing like viral funny clips where they make fun of Nikon, like call it like a potato and stuff. To me, I laugh all the time. I hope people at Nikon also find it funny, or at least find it as a fuel to improve as well, to prove them wrong. But to me, it's like, yeah, anytime I see that, it's like, oh, you know what? You're making me love the brand even more. So thank you very much. That's funny. Charlie, yeah, the Komodo is 16-bit, so that's the biggest reason to go with Komodo, but the ZR is full frame with faster frame rates. Chuck Norris wasn't allowed on the Power Rangers because if they had allowed him in the show, the episode would last 30 seconds. Yeah, that's true. I missed the Chuck Norris jokes. I don't know why that disappeared. That should have always stayed. Kiko, you said, yes, brother, I'm from the Philippines. I stumbled on your documentary looking for reviews about the ZR because I'm also interested in buying my current gear. It's a Sony A7C. I shoot short films and weddings. Okay, nice. Well, firstly, thank you very much for stumbling upon this documentary. It was all shot with the ZR. And basically what you're seeing on the screen right now are some of those shots. I'm working on the product review right now, actually. So you'll see I'm like starting to pull over some of the clips of me talking from something that I filmed recently, like literally last night. So we're putting the product review together now. So that's what I do enjoy doing on the streams, is kind of share with you guys behind the scenes as I make my content, as long as it's not boring, hopefully. But yes, Kiko, there are a number of people in our community who are actual experts. I view myself as an aspiring amateur filmmaker at this point. And so we're still learning the ropes, but this camera definitely allows me to really feel like a professional, more than I have, you know, the right to say. So it very much feels like a cheat code in my hand when I was shooting with it. Excellent quality. I do say in my product review that I think this is a perfect camera if you're an aspiring filmmaker, if you are, let's say, a travel shooter, or if you're like a small crew that does weddings or documentaries, stuff like that. I do think this camera is right up your alley because, one, the budget is crazy good, right? You're getting such good value for a reasonable price. So just for that alone, I think it makes sense. But then let's say you could opt to purchase something that might cost $4,000 that does like the cinema camera stuff. But then you buy a $4,000 or $5,000 camera, then you got to buy the lenses, the gimbals, the microphones, the cage, like all the things that go with it. Whereas now if you were to say, oh, instead of spending twice as much, I can spend half as much and use the savings to then buy all the other things that I might need. Well, there you go. Or you can buy two. You know, you can buy two and then shoot for certain events. So I don't know. I'm a big fan. And by the way, the entire documentary that I created, this was all shot handheld. So I truly do feel that this camera really punches above its weight. I'm not saying it's like a perfect camera, but for my needs and for the limited time that I had to shoot, and the fact that I normally do shoot in this kind of like travel environments, and like, you know, things are changing on the go, and putting things on a gimbal may not necessarily make sense. You got to swap lenses, you got to stuff it into a bag, and you take it out. For all of those, or you might be shooting against the sun 1 second, and then yeah, like to me, this camera really did do its job. So Kareen, you said if you can't see it, your auto mod is tripping. If I can't see it, oh shoot, what damn it, I don't I don't know what it's referring to. I think the Chuck Norris jokes disappeared because he's 85 years old. Yeah, I guess he just disappeared too. What the hell? Yeah, the things that are gonna, I'm not gonna be like actually genuinely like, sorry, I'm not trying to sound harsh. I think Chuck Norris is a cool guy. I just don't like, I didn't like care about him to that extent. The way that I cared about like Jackie Chan, right? Jet Li as well to a smaller extent, but Jackie Chan. The day he dies, it's going to be so sad for me because he was legendary, in my opinion. But yeah, for sure, Troy, that makes full sense. If you're in a system, less reason to change. Yep. The lions, the tigers, the bears. It doesn't like the name of Nikon lenses. Gotcha. Oh, did my auto mod cut something out? I see. Oh, I have no idea what it cut out. Yet nobody remembers that Bruce Lee broke Jackie Chan's neck and entered the dragon. Staged. Fake news, man. Fake news. To be fair, I think Jackie Chan broke like every bone in his body. Is like the rumors, right? That you always hear about him. So yeah, dedicated. He was Tom Cruise before Tom Cruise is all I'm saying. And so anytime I see people, you know, going crazy about Tom Cruise and like how he does his own stunts, one, I completely agree with them and I admire it thoroughly. But then two, it's like, yo, you can't forget about the legend Jackie Chan. And when is Jackie Chan going to do a video? Not a video. When is he going to do a film with Tom Cruise? That's what the real fans are asking. Okay, so where were we? So we do have a lot of these footages that we still need to go through. But like I said, these are some of my favorite shots. I do think I need to figure out how to put it into the product review, because to me, it's like you see these shots and it's like, with my limited experience, and again, think of it as like I'm moving upwards in the chain, as opposed to maybe professional cinematographers would look at this and be like, you know, it's not as good in this way and this way. I've shot with better. For me, I'm always like, these are like the best I've ever shot with. So keep that caveat in mind. But yeah, to have this kind of dynamic range in this travel-sized camera that I'm literally just hand-holding and filming, it just blows my mind. So like to have these kind of colors, and I think I was shooting at f10, I believe, ISO 800, and you can still see the green on the uniform. You can see the colors in the lake. I have a few dust spots here which I need to remove. That's one thing I find so annoying. Nikon, when they released the Z9, one of the best features, it might have been an underrated feature, but I think one of the best features was the fact that they have the built-in sensor shield, right? That blocks, whenever you turn off the camera and you're switching lenses, it literally has something that blocks the sensor so it can help protect it from dust and all that kind of stuff. I thought that was one of the coolest features. And then they released it on the Z8. And then when the Z6 III and, you know, even in the ZR, it doesn't have it. I'm just so annoyed. I understand, you know, obviously you know, there's practical reasons for everything, but I wish there was a way. Kareen, wait, Troy, you said, oh wait, what did I miss? Jesus, sometimes like my messages pop in very slowly. Chuck Norris was pre our time. Yeah. IRL Jackie Chan has been injured a lot on set, like a lot. Yeah, like, I mean, literally, I think they used to say that he did break like every bone in his body or something. I don't know how much of that is exaggeration, but it seems fairly close to true. Kareen, I said I wanted to buy a Nikon brand lens, the 105 2.5. I've never shot, wait, what? The 105, Nikon 105mm f2.5. I don't think I've ever shot with this. It looks really cool. Is this like a vintage one? The AIS line. Interesting. I don't know if I'm on the right one here, but 105 f2.8. No. Okay, I'm on the wrong one. But yeah, I think 105 is... I haven't had the privilege of shooting with the 105. I like maybe very, very limited. I really like shooting with an 85mm. And I find the 135 is maybe slightly too much, whereas I wonder if I would enjoy the 105 the most. Thanks for the feedback. Anytime, Kiko, yeah, ask any questions you have. I mean, basically that's what I do on the stream anyways, right? And especially since I've come back from the ZR trip and I'm making ZR content, if you have questions about the ZR, well, ask away. Ask away. Not a problem if the streamer allows it though. Oh wait, okay, so what happened here? So Twitch doesn't like that word because if mispronounced, it can sound like another word. I have no idea what word we're talking about. I'm assuming it means like the auto mod cut something out that I clearly wasn't paying attention. Oh, I see. Nikkor. Okay. Does your auto mod hate? Gotcha. Wait, how do I allow for it? Yeah, because normally I look at my restream to see all the chats combined. So I don't usually look at the Twitch side, so I missed the fact that the auto mod blocked that word. I don't know how to unblock it though, unfortunately. Kareen, you said, yep, vintage. It's the lens that took the famous Afghan girl photo. Oh, that photo. You know, I feel like I traveled to Vietnam a couple times, and I took a few photographers with me on my second trip. And there's so many photographers in Vietnam, and there's so many like model shoots where you can pay money, good money, to join photographers, and they take you to some remote villages or to areas, and it's like a bit staged, right? Like they, you know, you pay, and then like, you know, they pay the children or the locals, but then you end up with getting some like award-winning shots. But a lot of times they are staged. So with that caveat, I feel like there are so many Vietnamese photographers who are probably chasing after like the next Afghan girl photo type thing. But yeah. But for video, it would be fun. I was about to buy the FX3 because it's a standard here in the PH, but ZR destroyed my plan. The ZR is so promising. You know, by the way, before I finish what you said, because I tend to do this, the ZR is so promising that I call it the ZR, okay? I'm willing to break from my American roots and say things like Z. I was trying at times to say Nikon instead of Nikon, but that one's a little bit too ingrained in my lexicon to switch over now. You said the ZR destroyed my plan. It's so promising, but my problem was none of my creative friends shot Nikon system. Well, you know, my understanding is that, and I'm going to say some words without really knowing what it means, but my understanding is that they designed this camera to have like the thinnest flange. Is that right? Flange. So supposedly you're able to, if you have Sony lenses, you can actually adapt it to the ZR. Nikon ZR flange. Okay. The Nikon ZR. Featuring a 16mm flange distance that allows it to take advantage of the Z system's large diameter and short focal length for exceptional optical design. Yeah, so I don't actually really know what this really means. The 16mm distance is shorter than many other full-frame mounts, allowing for more flexible lens designs and wider apertures. So, ipso facto, I did read something about how the shorter flange distance allows for the compatibility with like Sony and other lenses to be adapted. So, guessing you're not looking at your mod panel. Wait, I didn't even know there's a mod panel. Do I have to be careful? Or are people gonna like spam bad words and I'm not gonna catch it? Listen, Lil Bass, I am so amateur at everything, okay? So we need to learn how to be better at streaming as well. You're missing a lot of Twitch moderator stuff if you're only looking at Restream. Yeah, clearly I'm clearly missing quite a bit here. So I need to hire, listen, I'm jumping the gun, but we do hope, I hope that I'll continue growing the stream and all the fun stuff, and then I'll have some mods. That'd be cool if I can actually be like, oh yeah, I got a bunch of mods. Mods, can you do this and that? You know, act like a professional streamer, being like, yo, do this and that, you know? Not that I would treat my mods like slaves, but yeah. You can do a lot from your mod view, or if you have any moderators that can do it for you. Charlie said, Kiko, don't be forced into what people you work with shoot. I did that and spent so much money just to find out I didn't like it. That's a good point, Charlie. And also, again, that's another point towards like, kind of like what I was saying when, if people ever make fun of Nikon, you know, like, oh, you shoot with the Nikon, blah, blah, blah. To me, I just view it as like, oh, that's great. Because then that means fewer people using the gear that I shoot with, which means fewer competition, to be fair, right? And it also means that whatever I create, it might be a bit more unique because other people don't necessarily shoot with my gear. Now, you know, maybe there's better gear out there that will get better results. Fine, fair enough. But at the very least, I'm shooting in a system that I personally love shooting with. And to me, it's like, okay, then I can prove these people wrong with what I'm using, and then let them get lax and compete with each other about whatever they're using. So, Kareen, man, I need to vacation to Vietnam. Beautiful country. I would love to. If I can stay there long term, I would. God, Vietnamese food is probably number 3 for me. It's probably like Korean food, Japanese food, and then Vietnamese food. Charlie, you asked, what's your favorite lens / focal length? Ooh. For the longest time, it was the 70-200 f2.8. So then on that note, probably f2.8 just by design. Like I shot a lot of my early content at that focal length. It probably still is maybe my favorite. It's probably the most versatile. Like you still get really good bokeh. Oftentimes you get good separation, but oftentimes you also will get decent focus as well. Like you won't miss the focus as often. Like maybe because some of the issues you have at wildlife is maybe you only have one eye focus and the other one is blurry just because of the aperture you used. So while that still happens at 2.8, I just feel like 2.8 works quite well. 400mm has become my favorite for shooting wildlife. So, you know, the go-to is that 400 f2.8. But that's such a specialty lens that it's like, yeah, I don't know how to feel about it. And then the one that's been growing on me the most in the past maybe a year or so, or half a year of traveling, is the 85mm f1.2. That ended up being a really fun lens to shoot with. and it worked quite well for a lot of my wildlife stuff that I did. Like for the gorillas and in the jungles, where you can sometimes get super close to the subject. So you don't, like, carrying a 400 it probably won't work for a gorilla, but when you have an 85, you can get the chimp coming right up to you fairly close and get some really nice clean shots. So I do like the 85 quite a bit these days. If I were to go back for a jungle shoot soon, I think I want to play with the 35mm f1.2, because if you see my do I have it open? Let's open it here. Okay, if you look at my latest YouTube video, that whole opening. So this shot was with the 35mm f1.2, and now the 35, it's slightly heavy, so you know that's a knock on it for sure, but the quality was so good, and I really didn't have a lot of experience shooting with the 35mm lens, so I've only shot with it one time before, but not the 1.2, and I did end up enjoying the quality. For some reason, I feel like 35 doesn't get a good, it doesn't have a good rep. It seems like 50mm and 35, I don't feel like I see as many content creators or shooters talk about those lenses or those focal lengths as being like their favorites. However, for me, like when I shoot at 24mm or 20mm, the problem is it becomes so wide that you just don't end up with stuff. It just feels like you lose out on the cinematic feel of your shots. So there's so much detail and so much going on in a wider angle that I feel like shooting subjects in it, it's really just to show the environment that they're in, but it's not necessarily going to be like an award-winning or one of your favorite shots, let's say. Whereas with the 35mm, I felt like it actually ended up being almost like a perfect lens for this type of shoot, right? Where I was, you know, obviously I cropped quite a bit because I was shooting in this kind of more like a letterbox style, but I was able to get a wide angle where you see quite a bit. Here, let me just play a bit of it. You're able to get a decent amount of the environment here, so it's not just like a close-up, but then the shot of the chimp feels like a nice portrait shot. Like there's good separation. Yeah, so anyways, I don't have the right words to say, so I'm just showing the visual for that reason. But I felt like, yeah, I was getting this nice environmental shot. I'm getting a nice mix of like a portraiture of the subject. And if I shot this with the 20mm, none of the, like this, I feel like all of this would have been so tiny on the screen and not so, yeah, not as cinematic. So I would say 35 is, it's growing on me.
If we cannot share this.
Focal flange. What's your, okay, so Charlie said focal flange, it's the distance from the sensor to the mount. Sensor to the mount. The shorter it is, the more lenses can be adapted to the camera. Interesting. I don't really do wildlife, but that's what I would love to do. How did you get into it? Okay, let me answer that question, Charlie. After, let me just quickly read some of the, let me read through all the way to the end, and then let's go through it just in case. Charlie, thanks for the advice, brother. It's just that I have to be cautious with investments. Wedding coverage doesn't pay well here in the Philippines, so I want to gather as much feedback as I can before buying. Gotcha. By the way, Kiko, there's a lot, I live in Dubai, and there's a large Filipino population out here, and a lot of them, there's a decent population that are photographers. In Dubai, just as an FYI. I don't know if that means like there are a lot of opportunities here for you if you want to somehow move out here, but just as an FYI, I did notice there's quite a bit. Especially Nikon is only used here for photography in Philippines. Charlie said crates the ZR. Oh, the ZR is half the price of the FX3, so you can save a lot of money plus get better image quality, and the money you save can be reinvested into storage or lenses. Yes, true. Okay, so Charlie, you were asking how did I get into wildlife? So, basically, traveling is one of my top passions, and so I love traveling as much as I can. The reason I moved to Dubai partially was because I wanted to be able to travel more often, to, you know, be in proximity to 3 different continents, all within like flight distances, and obviously I photograph everything I do. And then I believe this is either right before COVID or right after. But definitely COVID kind of pushed me in this direction, but essentially I did one trip with Nikon. So Nikon was hosting a trip, or like sponsoring kind of a trip for Nikon users to Kenya. And as part of this trip, basically, they would bring along a bunch of their camera gears and you can borrow it. So I was able to borrow a Nikon D5 and a 400mm f2.8 for the DSLR. And so you can imagine, like, to be able to shoot with that is unheard of, right? Like, because that's like what, like a $15,000 plus investment to be able to have those lenses, right? So it was really cool opportunity where Nikon, this is why I'm also quite fond of Nikon, especially in the region. They have these awesome programs that let you borrow these really expensive camera gears and lenses and try them for yourself on these shoots. So that was the first trip, was Kenya, doing a wildlife safari, and I thoroughly loved it. I loved everything about it. So it just came from doing a wildlife trip mixed with getting access to some of the top gear to shoot with in a controlled environment where you're like learning as you go. So it's a very lucky circumstance for sure, right? It's not anyone that just happens to be able to borrow these expensive lenses and go on this trip. So that is how I got my first practice in it. And then I got some really cool shots from it. I was able to share it. Then I did another trip and another one, and so on and so forth. And then after COVID, I think I started leaning into more wildlife safari trips because the world was so chaotic, where, like, you know, the whole world economy was plummeting. So I also had a somewhat irrational but also rational fear that if I did my normal travels around the world, there's the chances of like crime and theft, things like that, might be higher. And if you're someone who's carrying around expensive looking gear, you got to be extra careful. So then that gave me more reason that I was like, okay, I want to travel again. Where should I go? And I was like, okay, I want to do wildlife stuff. Well, the good thing about wildlife trips usually is that you're in very remote locations. Oftentimes you might be going through agencies or like tour agencies, and then they pick you up from the airport, take you to the lodge, and then you just stay there the whole time, and then you come back. So it became like a very controlled environment as well, in the sense that traveling was a bit more reassuring, I guess, or like less stressful. So then that was like more of a practical reason, but yeah, it turned out perfectly. Yeah, and then anyways, I just kept doing these shoots, and thankfully the content that I created from these wildlife trips, some of them went viral, some of them just helped to build a portfolio for me. And then as I decided to go more into video, the wildlife videos really went viral at times, and I was able to build a good relationship with Nikon, and now I've been doing this quite a bit. I left corporate a couple years ago, and then I started taking people with me around the world. So I start doing these like wildlife tours, and so people can join me. I set an itinerary, you pay the money, you show up, everything's taken care of for you, that kind of stuff. So I've been enjoying it, and now I've been doing YouTube for the past year whenever I'm not traveling, and I'm trying to consistently post content from all the places I've been to around the world, including, in this case, the Uganda one, which I obviously prioritized. Okay, so low base, you said that's why my camera bag is made of hemp. I figure if people think I'm a hippie, they will assume I am broke and don't have anything worth stealing. Yo, you just reminded me, I saw something on maybe it was Twitter. There's something where it's like, this is the perfect man purse, or what do you call those? This is the perfect fanny pack, right? If you don't want to get robbed. And it was like a fanny pack. Let me see if I can find it. Fanny pack to not get robbed. It was hilarious. Belly. Yeah, it was this thing. It was like a fanny pack that looks like a belly. So then it was like, this way nobody will rob you. So I was like, yo, you gotta be super shameless. More power to you to be someone who's willing to wear one of these. But so true. No one's gonna steal your shit because they won't know. So that was kind of funny to me. Anyways, the bot has more points than I do. Yo, did someone lose? Oh, BC. Damn, BC, you lost half. Weren't you at like 10,000 yesterday? Listen, I mean, you're still doing well there. And I'm at 0. What am I at? Damn it, I lost it all. Kiko, you said I have that in my mind. That's why I'm 70-30 from buying the ZR. The only thing that's bothering me is that if I use the ZR, I'm not sure whether my PC can handle 4K or 6K resolution. That's a good point. Yeah, actually, that's a really good point. Yeah, because the file sizes, they're still pretty massive, right? Compared to shooting in ProRes RAW, it's like, again, like I said, I believe it's roughly a third the size, but still a lot. Yeah, because I normally, since I got into video, I was using like MacBook Pros, like the M1 or the M3, that kind of stuff. So I'm probably not a good, I don't have a good answer for you, because I was definitely using some, high performance laptops and stuff. So yeah, I'm not sure. Charlie, so when you do these wildlife trips, do you require a crew? And if so, how many? I shoot a lot solo. For me, I know I can do 85% solo, but I need another crew member for extra stuff. Whenever I do a wildlife trip, it's usually just me. Sometimes if I'm taking clients with me, like let's say in this case, if I take photographers with me, or I took some honeymoon couple with me, occasionally I might give them a camera and ask if they can film some behind the scenes for me. Or if they're photographers, maybe some of them know how to do video or take some shots, but generally it's just me. I do want to get to a point where I can actually have a film crew. We've talked about it on stream a bit. That is one of my ambitions, is that hopefully I can build a nice portfolio, including this documentary, that I can then pitch to do like travel concepts, and then I can put together a travel crew. Imagine like another dedicated videographer, maybe someone who captures behind the scenes throughout, maybe a dedicated photographer, and then maybe like an audio guy. I'm not sure, right? But like having a drone person, right? So if you have a drone operator, a behind the scenes film, like a videographer, and then a dedicated photographer plus myself, I feel like that would be like the perfect kind of a concept of like having a travel crew. But of course, here I am talking this beautiful idealistic world, like, okay, where's the money for that? So clearly it's not that easy, but we do want to get to that point where we can justify having a travel crew. Everything I do is generally solo. Kiko, you said it'd be a bummer if I can't get the most out of the camera because of my computer. Yeah, that is a very good point. So if that becomes your bottleneck, unfortunately that's the bottleneck, right? So having a more powerful PC sometimes can make more sense than spending money on the greatest, and latest camera gear. Low base regrets nothing. I like your attitude, okay? That is very true, and that's why I'm familiar with you. My first comment on your previous stream, I was asking if I can borrow a file and try to run it on my stream. Okay, Kiko, I remember that. I think I responded to you with the link, did I not? Because, yeah, I do apologize, because one, the files are pretty large, and then two, I actually don't know if I'm allowed to send these files, just because, again, keep in mind that these were shot with a pre-production unit, so, these are not necessarily representative of what the actual files will be, but on the Nikon website, they did have a link where you can download some RED files. So, yeah, I think I sent you that link. I apologize if I didn't. I thought I did. Or I sent it to someone, so. But yeah, this was a 35 millimeter. Let me just play this as I take a sip.
Then we leave room. On this island, we practice balance.
I think this was an 85 millimeter lens. Actually, no. This was the 400. I was shooting with the 400 4.5 lens, and actually it was really nice.
So the world can keep its footing.
400.
Everything.
Actually, I don't know. Shoot. Actually, I take it all back. I'm not sure what I shot with. But okay. Anyways, let us proceed with work. Okay. So we have all these footages that we still need to go through, and definitely super dramatic ones. But before we get into that, maybe let's do the other productive thing. Let's start dragging in all of these potential footages. Okay, I think I dragged in these two already, right? 7, yeah, okay. Oh, yikes. Okay, we need to mute this track. And then, oh, shoot. I have to redo some audio stuff that I did. I don't think I did anything much crazy. Let me see. Audio 2, I just applied voice compression. I think that's it. So let's do that here. Audio track number 2, voice compression. Okay, let's test this out. I have to admit, oof, what is going on here? Why is it only showing up on the left side? What is going on here? Change track type to mono. Enthusiast who got into photography. Okay, and then did I do something wrong here? Let me see. Okay, I think we're fixed. Photography, started making some short form video reels, moved into YouTube, and then I need to drop it, right? So what did I have this at? Negative 6.5 audio. We'll do the same thing. So negative 6.5. Short form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging. So yeah, I use ChatGPT quite a bit when I make my videos. So one of the questions I asked ChatGPT before was like, okay, if I'm doing voiceovers, like, or talking head audio, what do I need to set the audio levels? Like, so as I look at this little, what do you call it? The audio mixer on the bottom right, I'm looking at when does the audio peak. And now I'm fumbling my way. And I believe it said like, okay, on average, you should see my voice level should be somewhere around negative 15 decibels. And then it should peak somewhere around negative 6. So basically, I was just playing with the volume levels of this entire audio track until I can get something towards understanding where it fit that cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR. Okay, and then this one I shot with the Z6 III. So this is all filmed with the Z6 III in NRAW 12-bit N-Log. And then I kind of wanted to see what the difference is. I think the color science shouldn't look too drastically different because I was filming with all the same settings here and like the white balance and everything. But anyways, yeah, so even this, I'm a big fan of the colors that come from the Z6 III and like Nikon's NRAW. Now, I'm sure like actual experts would look at this and tell me like, yo, you shot way too dark, which is probably true. But I think it worked in my favor because oh my god, there's so many things I was doing wrong. There's like random pieces of like cardboard paper on the floor that my cats were ripping up. I left something on the table for some parts of my shoot. Some other thing peeks through here. So I'm hoping either I can hide it or I can maybe object remove it or something like that. I'm not sure. The Nikon ZR and this. Okay. Kiko, he said, I can't follow the Red X Pro and convert the red files. Oh, okay, from the files that they sent. Gotcha. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's beyond me as well. I don't know. I love that shot where focus was on the eye while being hit by the sunset. Great shot. Wait, the shot where the focus was on the eye while being hit by the sunset? Are you talking about in the actual documentary? Why don't I remember what you're talking about? Sunset shot where focus was on the eye while being hit by the sunset. Oh, are you talking about, oh, okay, you're talking about like in the tunnel, yeah, all of these shots, man, it was such a oof. This is one of the, okay, it was basically I was there for 3 days, 3.5 days or so, whatever, including all the travel and stuff. So I had 3 days to try to film as much good content as possible where I've never been to this site, so I had no idea, right, what I'm going to be able to shoot. So like zero expectations if it would end up with good shots or not. And this is one of the ones I was most proud of, that I saw the tunnel and I just had this idea where I was like, oh, what if I set myself up at the other end of this tunnel, use a 200 millimeter lens and actually capture the chimps when they're walking through the tunnel during the afternoon feeding, like once they're done with the feeding and when they're coming through back into the main facility area. And it turned into some of the coolest, the most epic content. Like, yeah, it was just so dramatic, really cool lighting and stuff like that. So I think that's what you're talking about, but yeah. Okay, so we got these two shots. Let's continue then. Okay, let's mute this track. Okay, so we got these Is there a way to quickly do this? I don't know. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna stop here. I'm always nervous if I try to do this for too long, I'm gonna accidentally click out and all the effort I put into dragging all this will be for nothing. Okay, so we stop here. I'll keep that in mind. Let's copy. And let's drag in here. Okay. So these are all the potential cuts from all the recordings I did. It is so embarrassing how many takes that it took me to film my my script. Yeah, it's like so embarrassing to the point where I was like, you know what, I'm gonna take care of all of this off stream, and then I'm just gonna bring only the stuff that seems salvageable or potentials. Because my god, that was I mean, you can kind of see it here, right? Like, of all of this, this is the only parts that I'm potentially using, and some of these are repeats or duplicates, right? Like different samples or the same voiceovers. So the rest of this is me failing to get the lines properly read out. And in my defense, I didn't have a teleprompter, so it was just having to try to memorize everything. And I only had the camera for less than a day, so I had to like do everything quickly and then shoot with it. So yeah, not to like shit on myself too much. Okay. Okay. Okay, what else? Kiko, you said that's the one? Yeah, that. And we have so much of this to show, by the way. I only showed in this video one, like, a fraction of, like, the amount that we have from this. That looks so epic. So, let me just show you real quick. So there's this one, which will change now to 20% speed. This is 60 frames per second, so switch this to 40% speed. This is also 60 frames. This one's already slowed down. Okay, this is probably good enough. I mean, yeah, so this is going to be a future YouTube video where I just play all of this in its entirety. Let's see. But yeah, like the times when you see the eyes, yeah, reflect from the sun when it gets sharp, it's just so crazy. Like those eyes are insane. So I mentioned this before, but I think like I don't know if it's maybe the red color science, but I feel like the red colors really do pop from my limited time shooting with the camera in the red codec. Duration reveal shooting it. Kiko, what do you mean? Duration reveal shooting it. Duration reveal. Yeah, if you can clarify what you mean with that one. So dramatic. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to find some kind of dramatic music to go with this, but yeah. Too epic, okay? So clearly we have a lot of these to go through. I think this is my favorite chimp, Tumba. I say favorite and I don't remember how to say his name. The shame. This part I used in the video. But again, I think it's also a testament to the camera quality. So same thing here. I'm shooting, I think this is ISO 800 shooting in a low light situation against a black subject, and I feel like it did such a good job of being able to still retain a lot of the details. I think you can lift it up even more. I just have it currently set up this way. A lot of noise here though, for sure, but like to me all this is salvageable, and proof is in the pudding in the sense that we did end up using it here.
The number of chimpanzees was going down at an alarming rate. There was a very, very big fear that within 20 years we would not have. They would love, but we only love what we know.
Yeah, so I went with the different color grading for the final product here.
That's what the Sanctuary plays.
So a bit more like a faded look, a little bit more muted in the colors, but I kind of liked it this way. It was a bit darker.
And create awareness about the chimpanzee. One of the very first encounters, I think in the first couple of weeks that I was here, it was one of the cases of the...
Okay. Your review script, duration reveal shooting it. Oh, you're saying how long the script was? Yeah. Like I said, it is laughable / embarrassing to see how much of this is just me talking, and how much of it is what I'm actually ending up using. Because it's like me going over a take over and over and over again, flubbing a word, pausing for too long, yeah, whatever, saying the wrong thing, forgetting my line, and then like, oh, well, gotta start all over. And it's like, okay, well, here we go. Insane, okay? There's a reason I'm not an actor. But I do need to figure out how to set up my teleprompter properly. I just didn't have the right lens. I think I mentioned it. Someone was borrowing my 24-70 lens. And so I didn't have the adapter ring that goes with the 20mm lens. And that was the only lens I could shoot with. Otherwise, I'm shooting with like a 50. That's too much. So sacrifices were made, including my dignity and my time, as I had to try to memorize a shit ton of lines. Okay, so where were we? I think we pulled this one in. So let's get these guys now. Okay. Kikui said, do you have an idea? Excuse me. Do you have an idea when using the flange Megadap if it has autofocus under performs from native lens of Nikon? Do you have an idea when using the flange if it has autofocus that underperforms? I have no idea. Okay, so I didn't have time to test, nor would I have been able to. I just don't have any other lenses besides like the Nikon gear, so I wouldn't be able to tell you if there's any quality dilution or degradation, let's say, when you use this conversion or the adapter. But like from the brief amounts of reviews that I saw from other people who shoot normally with Sony, it seemed fine. It seemed like they didn't have any issues. But small sample size, not enough information, so I don't take my word for it. BC, making more PPs. Oh wait, no, but then you lost some. I have a gambling problem when it comes to my PP. Oh no, you're down to, oh yeah. You know, you're up more often than you're down, okay? Your PP is up more often than it's down. How about that? So, stay encouraged. Okay, are we done? Are we winning? Not yet, not yet. We have two more. Wait, is that it? Oh shoot, there's a lot more. Yeah, I gotta get better at this quickly. Oh yeah, turn off the volume. From the ZR. Let's briefly talk about... Yes, let's briefly talk about... I think one of the things that made me realize I can do stuff like this is, I think to most people, this is like super boring to them. You know what I mean? Like if you had to personally do what you're seeing me do, it feels like objectively a boring task. But then to me, it's somewhat therapeutic. I don't know. Like I kind of like doing tasks where you can just shut off your brain. So here obviously it's a very mindless task. I'm just looking for anything that's color coded, and then I'm just doing the same little dragging motion, trying to grab as much as I can. But to me, I find it very fun. And so, yeah, then it was like this realization, oh yeah, if I don't find it boring, let's just keep doing it. And then it's like, oh, can I do it on stream? And it turns out some percentage of you guys, the ones who've stuck around, find me doing this boring thing not boring enough to turn it off. So I appreciate you guys for finding this boringness entertaining. And for those who do stick around, the hope is obviously that you get some returns, right? That the benefit of sticking around, hopefully, or if you gamble in this sense, is that the final result of whatever it is that I'm making is actually good. And sometimes, or so far in our short, stint of being a streamer, it was also in thanks to you guys supporting me and giving advice throughout these streams. And I feel very, very happy with our Mongolia episode 1 that we made. In large part, again, thanks to a bunch of you guys in the chat who gave a number of suggestions or gave me like actual, genuinely beneficial advice that made the video much better. Charlie, you said the Mega adapter doesn't have any reduction in performance. It works pretty much natively. I heard reports there might be 1 millisecond delay, but not anything noticeable. Okay. Well, that's good to know. Maybe more people will switch over from Sony and Canon to Nikon. But yeah, so I did do a test. I was briefly testing like the file size. And yeah, it's literally when you do 6K 24 frames on all three. So I was testing Apple ProRes RAW, the new R3D NE codec, and the NRAW NLOG 12-bit. When I tested on all three, the file sizes for the NRAW and the red codec were the exact same. So it was able to film at the same efficiency, let's say. And then the Apple ProRes was 1/2 to 1/3 of that timing. I didn't do the exact math, but it was significantly shorter. So it seems similar. So basically the same thought process that I had when I decided to shoot with NRAW, it still applies with the new red codec in that it is the same level of efficiency as I was enjoying with the NRAW. Which means I should be able to shoot 3 times as much using this red codec compared to if I was to shoot in the Apple ProRes. Oh man, I really hope I don't make a mistake here and I'm copying over things that I already copied over. I shouldn't, but you never know. Okay, tell me that's it. Okay, that's it. Shoot, what'd I do? Okay, we got it all. So it should, I think the entire video should be anywhere from like 12 to 14 minutes, something like that. So yeah, let's listen to this. It works. Kiko, you said, I'm currently editing a birthday coverage while watching. I feel like having an editing jam with you. Yeah. Yeah, look, you know what? It's just leisurely, right? We're just plugging away at this thing. Let's listen to my voice. I have to admit something. Do you have to? Do you have to do it, though? I'm not a pro cinema who got into... Yo, this is kind of cringy to listen to my own voice. I might not be able to survive this, so... And this review are for you. Yes, it's for me. Yikes. Yeah, okay, we'll warm ourselves up to it. Everything you just watched was shot with a pre-production. Let's listen to the audio quality though. So I was using a DJI mic attached to a lav mic, just so I can have consistent audio when I switch between the different cameras and all that kind of stuff. So, uh-oh. Oh yeah, okay. I was like, why does it look so different? So this is the red codec. Interesting. So this is what I shot with the ZR camera, and this is when I shot with the Z6 III. I thought that I shot both in the same settings, but clearly one is brighter than the other. I wonder why. Maybe I didn't shoot in the right settings. Let me see. I thought I shot both at... Give me a second. Let's go open up Photo Mechanic. Okay, where did I save this? Gotta find it in the right folders here. This is the Z6 III. Okay. Let's look at this real quick. So this is the 0324. 0324. Okay, so with the red camera, I shot at 1/50, aperture 2.8, ISO 800. Okay, so let's keep that in mind. 5200 Kelvin. So 24 frames per second, 1/50, 2.8, ISO 800. Okay. Then what about the Z6 III? 7766. ISO 800, 1/50, aperture 2.8, 5200 Kelvin. Yeah, okay. So I believe, I'm trying to think what else could cause this, but I believe I filmed both of these at the exact same settings. 24 frames per second, shutter speed of 150, aperture 2.8, ISO 800, and the same white balance. No, I mean, is this related? Because again, my knowledge about this is so limited. Is this like an example of the difference in the dynamic range that we've been talking about? I don't know. Possibly. Because maybe, oh yeah, maybe that's an example. So here, for instance, when I shot with the same settings as with the red, we're definitely seeing that it's a much darker shot. Whereas here, it seems like I'm getting a much more, I'm getting more light in the shadows. I have no idea. Not sure what causes that difference, but okay. Interesting. I don't know how much I'm gonna really play around with this though. I think this one I might just want to lift the shadows a bit, but otherwise, just to try to match it slightly. Also, there's people who actually probably know better about like how to match skin tones and stuff. But you know what? We're not at that level, so we're gonna keep this as is for now. It looks okay. Kiko, you said you're in Dubai. I would love to work in the creative industry outside Philippines, where photo, video gigs pay decent, or maybe be a part of your film team. Well, just keep in mind, I have no money to give to people, so if you want to do it for free, for sure. But yeah, listen, who knows, right? Who knows? Maybe that is the aspiration. I do feel confidence. I have strong confidence in myself, and it's always just a question of, can I do all of this in the right time and with the right resources and before, you know, money runs out, let's say. So that definitely gives me more drive to keep doing things consistently and committed to it and disciplined. But yeah, we will eventually have our own media production company. We will eventually do these kind of projects as we travel around the world, capturing unique stories and sharing those stories in a unique way. Charlie, you said might be a mix of the DaVinci Resolve and the bit depth. I think the colors on the red looks less saturated due to the wider range of colors. Yeah, I'm assuming it is just around like this camera is just a bit more powerful. Unless, I'm trying to think, like, did I accidentally turn some settings? No, I'm pretty sure I literally didn't do anything different. I just swapped out the cameras and then I kept shooting. So again, might be a testament to the red's quality. So, because clearly I do appreciate more that I don't feel like too much is clipped in terms of like the blacks. So, okay, now let me look at this one as a sample, and I'm just gonna crop in a bit to hide a little bit of the blemishes, or like, you know, I had things on the desks that I forgot to crop out, and I think it works as is. I mean, I'm kissing the top of the frame there, but maybe we won't zoom in as much, but we'll just lift it up a bit. Oh shoot, I only have so much space. Okay, let's try this. I think it looks decent, so we're gonna keep with this settings. I need to find a quicker way to copy these settings over, but let's just try this. Let's test it with this one. Paste attributes, that's this little guy in V. Okay. And we want to copy over the zoom and the scaling and the position. I think that's it. We don't need to copy the color correction or the volume stuff. Okay. Apply. Okay. All right, let's try to apply it to everything and see if anything breaks. Christ, I spoke a lot more than I thought. The ZR. Okay, we're gonna do a quick scrub through and see if everything seems okay. Now, if I do give this to a video editor, obviously the ask would be like, can you actually fix it? So there's a slight little shift there because I think I took the camera off the mount, or I accidentally moved it a little bit, but that's fine. This is acceptable. Okay, here we see a little thing on the right left, but you know what? I think I'm being a bit too nitpicky. No one's gonna really care, I hope. Okay, I think generally speaking it's fairly clean. And then the question is, do we do the same thing on... Oh, interesting. What? Oh, okay, that's why. I was so confused. I thought like the settings were the same here. Okay, so then for the Z6 III shots, kind of looks okay as is, so we might keep it. But you know what? The quality of what I did here looks ugly, so let's switch it back. So we might just keep it somewhat dark. I don't know. We'll see. Actually, that is quite noticeable. But in between these two shots, there's a whole montage I'm putting in, so it's not like the worst thing. But also, I think I'm going to put some lower thirds where I say, like, this is shot with the blah, blah, blah. So then once we get here, I'll put in, like, you know, shot with, it'll probably say, like, ZR, R3D NE, ISO 800, blah, blah, blah. So I'll put all the details here of what I shot with for everything, so. Okay, whatever. We'll figure that out in a bit. Charlie, you said, oops. I'd offer the same as Kiko. If you're looking for a team, let me know. Don't mind doing something. Don't mind doing something for free here and there. Hells yeah. Well, you know what? Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. It's a nice feeling to think that people want you on the team. You know, that you're not gonna be the last one picked in that. What's the reference always in high school or school? It's like dodgeball team. Yeah, not being the last one picked, right? So I appreciate that. Yeah. So here's the concept. Essentially, I'm going to be saying, let's see if I have the lines here. So basically, I say something about, I have to admit something, I'm not a pro cinematographer, blah, blah, blah. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and a solo run and gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you. So as I say that, the soundtrack, whatever I end up choosing, it's going to build up, build up, build up. And then right here, when I say the final line about the Nikon ZR and this review are for you, that's when we're going to kick into like a 30-second trailer that will have a bit of like a montage of some of the best shots that I took from the documentary. And then once that ends, then we'll go right back into the review. But now, obviously, we're going to be showing shots taken with the ZR in the talking head. Yeah. I'll be like, everything you just saw was shot with the pre-production unit of the ZR. If you want the full 5-minute short film I made, the link's up here and in the description. It's a quick watch, and I hope you enjoyed my first attempt at a documentary film. Now let's talk about what this thing is actually packing under the hood. So as I say that last line about let's talk about what's actually under the hood, then I'll probably do like a title, like a title scene here where it'll say like the, you know. Oh no, I'll throw in some of the product videos of the camera. So let's bring those in now. So I shot all of this at 6K with the hope that, like, because I was shooting with the 20mm, because again, someone's borrowing my 24-70. So I was hoping that at 6K, if I need to crop in, the details will still be there, even if it's far away, which I think it looks decent. Obviously, when I lift it up, it's much better. Let's see if the green shows up. Yeah, that is a cool thing about the camera. Like when you power it on, you get this nice little green lighting and stuff. I still, though, if I were to think about at a net level, I think I'm a net negative on the power button. I wish they had just done a physical switch. So kind of where you see this like power zoom rocker, I kind of wish they had done something more like that, of just like a physical switch, similar to any of the other cameras that they've got. Because hold on one second, let me read your chat real quick. Charlie said, by the way, random cool fact, 12-bit has 68 billion colors and 16-bit has 281 trillion colors. Yikes. I mean, I say yikes, but like in an impressive way. So that's the main difference between Red and Nikon. That's insane. That is actually, thank you for sharing that, because like I think seeing those in numbers definitely makes a big difference. So it is crazy to think that level of quality difference is possible. And for me, like I'm shooting at 12-bit and I love it. You know, I'm like, yo, this 12-bit, like I'm able to get some really cinematic shots from it. So to imagine what you could do with 16-bit is crazy. I wonder if is there a ceiling to that? At some point, can you only max out at like, is there only so much in terms of the colors and shades of colors or whatever that you can capture? I'm curious. But yeah, so I was saying one of the problems that I have is the power button. A couple things. One, because it's so accessible. Okay, I'll start with a positive. When you power it powers on so quickly. Like literally you turn it on, camera's on fairly quickly after. So that's obviously really important because some cameras I know can be quite slow to when you turn it on to when you actually can use it. So for wildlife, that means a missed moment, right? You literally powered on, you're waiting a few seconds, the wildlife's already moved on or did something and it's gone. So that's great. The issue I have is some of it's like potential issues. Some of them I did actually experience myself. One of the potential issues that I thought was like, if I shove this into my travel bags or whatever, I'm paranoid that I'll end up like the camera might bump into the walls of the bag or some other object and it'll accidentally power on the camera. And so then obviously it would start draining my battery. Maybe it starts recording when I don't want it to. And, you know, you can turn the standby timer on, or you can make it so that, you know, it powers off after like, you know, idle mode for 1 minute or something. But I usually hate that setting, right? I hate the camera, you know, turning off on me when I want it on. So that's like one little thing that I'll have to compromise. The other issue I ran into is because there isn't the same like haptic feedback you get when you flip a switch on the camera. It's like very noticeable. You know you just did an action, you know that the camera is off. Whereas here, when you press down on the power button to turn it off, you don't actually know for a fact if it's off, especially if you're not looking at the screen or if the screen's facing the other way or if it's like, you know, whatever. There were times where I thought I pressed the power button long enough to turn it off, but the camera was still on. And so then when I go to like switch lenses, technically you're exposing the sensor to the sunlight or whatever, because I thought the camera was off. And so like, I know those things are generally like, you know, you don't want that to happen. So it was just more of like a, it might just be a, you got to get used to it kind of thing. But yeah, I just missed the physical haptic switch. And I know it, like, boom, it's turned off. Let me do my thing. Boom, I turn it back on. Let me do my thing. So, but it does look pretty for, you know, it's like, it's a nice button. It's a nice green light, you know, right away. It powers on quickly and all that kind of stuff. But that was one of the drawbacks for sure. Kiko, you said, imagine this stream would manifest the film team. Yeah, listen, who knows, right? We got ambitions. And I think the first month of streaming has proven itself to me that we can keep doing this. One, I have the stamina to talk for hours and do this, whatever. And then two, there seems to be a decent number of people who do find this interesting. So my initial thought before I started streaming was I thought live streams like Twitch, YouTube, I guess, but Twitch in general, I thought it was more like catered towards gaming and like IRL streaming or like gambling, that kind of stuff. I didn't think there was an audience for whatever it is that I was planning to do. And then it turns out there's a whole community out there that does it. And so it's been really fun meeting all these fellow photographers, videographers, and yeah, it's a cool community for sure. So I think we'll keep doing this now because it's fun. Charlie said, I don't think there's a ceiling since light is a spectrum, so there will be an infinite level, but there is a limit of how much the human eye can see, and I think it's either 1 million or 1 billion. Interesting. Okay. But 12-bit is more than enough. 16-bit just allows that extra room in post. Yeah. And that's always the difference between the extreme top end and the bottom end, you're saying? Yeah. Well, thanks for saying that. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense what you're saying. Oh yeah. So anyways, power button. Come on. Okay, so I think I have some of these things. I got to figure out what of this shot to show first. So probably when we're first talking about the ZR, I'll need to use one of these kind of product shots. So let's see, which one of these should we show? Maybe one of these, because obviously you see the ZR, or you see Nikon and red, but we don't see ZR. Actually, I mean, I'm nitpicking here. Let's just see what's the best shot to show. Because basically we're going to show the shot when I say what? When I start describing. The ZR is a full frame camera that records 6K red raw with 15 plus stops of dynamic range, captures 32-bit flow audio, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So let's take, I guess it could be more than one, but let's start looking through this. Let's just drag these two over. Oh wait, what am I doing? Okay, we're gonna drag it over to the top level. Oh shoot. Let's try it again. But I don't need the audio, so let's cut out the audio here. Okay, and then let me delete all the audio files from this just in case. All right. And I hope you enjoy my very camera that records 6. The ZR is a full frame camera that records 6K R3D RAW with 15 plus. And I think you know what? I'm pretty sure I shot most of this at 24 frames, but I could be wrong. Maybe these ones I actually did shoot at 120 frames, which is obviously overkill, but yeah, so this one was in 24 frames. 24. Oh, no, I shot some of them at 60 frames, but these ones are normal. But let's go ahead and like stabilize these guys. And where's the cat? What's Charlie, you said, oh wait, sorry, I missed a few things. Charlie, you said, yeah, I suppose bottom end makes more grammatical sense, but I would regard 12-bit as top end and 16-bit as extreme top end. But the Sony cameras shoot in 8-bit and 10-bit. Okay. I thought the FX3, what does the FX3 shoot at? Is it like 16-bit or something? So Sony's what I would regard as bottom and mid-range. Okay. And Kiko, you're asking, where's the cat? What's his name? So I have two cats. The one that's in the seat right now is Nala. So she's the older of the two. Oh, wait. Oh, she's not there. I was looking at the wrong screen. I went over to pet her because I thought I saw her on the screen, but she's not there. So Nala is my first cat. She's the calico tricolored cat. And Kimbap is the what do you call it? Short-haired British short-haired cat. He's a boy. I think he's like 3 years old or something. Kimbap. Nala. Man, they're leaving me behind today. What the hell? You can't rely on your cats, you know? What the hell? Well, yeah, Kimbap and Nala. Okay, where was I? I need to stabilize. Now, someone in the chat had told me that you can stabilize within the color panel, and supposedly it's better. I don't know if that's true or not. So far, it feels like it's doing the exact same thing, but either way, we'll do it here. So we go to this guy, and then there's the little stabilizer. And let's go ahead and smooth it out a bit more. Okay, hopefully it looks good. It doesn't have to be like perfect for what it's worth. $55 and $60. Okay, let's do the same on this one. $55 and 0.60. Ooh, I might crop something. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Might be a little too much crop there. Maybe I commit to not stabilizing this one. I'm not sure. So there's a bit of a cropping. Oh, you know what? Maybe we just reduce the strength of it. Okay, we'll see. The ZR records Red's new R3D NE internally up to full frame 6K 60p or 4K 120p with the small DX crop. You're getting 12-bit Red RAW that you... Obviously, we're not going to use all of this. I'm just kind of looking at the shot. It kind of looks nice, though. I'm not going to lie. The colors look interesting. It was just literally using one of my lights, like a warm lights. I'm kind of tempted to keep the colors like this, but maybe it's not smart. I'm not sure. Let's see. I don't know, it just looks so boring if you uses. Yeah, it looks kind of boring that way. I'm kind of tempted to keep it a bit warm until someone tells me otherwise. Man, I really want to give this. I want to give this to an editor, but maybe okay. Here's what I'm thinking. Hold on. Charlie said FX3, FX6 is 10-bit. I believe FX9 goes to 12-bit, but that might be 10-bit too. I didn't know that. Why have I thought this whole time that the FX3 was like a 16-bit or something? I just assumed because I thought it was like the more expensive option, so it was like all gonna be like the higher bits. Charlie, you said I got my red Komodo for £2,000, but the FX3 is $4,000, so just keep that in mind. Huh. Yeah, I got my Komodo secondhand though, and just after they dropped the price. Yeah, Kiko, you said, damn right, for a 5-year-old camera, I'm glad Nikon reset the standard. Yeah, I mean, obviously more power. Sony clearly, you know, hit it out of the ballpark in the sense of like they created a camera that was essentially not challenged for 5 years, or it like set the gold standard for quite a bit. It seems like, from my understanding. So it's about time for sure. But yeah, okay. I thought this whole time that FX3 was like some, you know, crazy 16-bit level camera. Nikon for the win. They will be in the top in 2 to 3 years, I bet. I hope so, right? Like I say, I mean, the more competition, the better for us as consumers, right? So I hope this pushes Sony to then be like, okay, you know what? We would just been chilling, waiting for you guys to finally give us something to fight back on. So allow me to reintroduce myself, and then boom, Sony comes out with the FXU, or like the FU, you know, XFU type model, and then it, you know, hopefully it's really good, and then it'll push Nikon and Canon and everyone else. So no complaints here. But yeah, I was just saying, like, man, I kind of am. There's so much work, and I am like bogged down with a bunch of other things, and also this is good timing because I do need to see if I can send something to an editor to test their abilities, right? So I'm wondering, it's like maybe I'll export all of these files that I've already recorded, color corrected for, and then if I send it to them via Dropbox or something, and see if they can then turn it into a fast turnaround. I'm not sure. It's a lot of work, and the files are so massive that I'm not sure if it's possible. Because like, okay, here's what I'll say. I know I can do a decent job at this myself, because like at the end of the day, it's just like putting in the right B-roll footage to match with the audio, making sure the audio quality is good, and then really the areas that I struggle with is like visual effects. But some of these things I can purchase, or like I can use my what do you call it? I have my subscriptions to download different templates for like when I have to do some transition effects and stuff like that. But yeah. Learn how to. Do. Okay, let's keep looking through this though. So I have the footages. So I try to preempt. I try to like record every aspect of the camera. So hopefully it lines up with some of the B-roll moments where I talk about like, okay, at some point I talk about the HDMI ports or like the micro HDMI on the side. So you can see that. Yeah, so we have some clips there. So that could be used for the B-roll. Looks sharp. The power button, I talk about that. I don't really mention the ergonomics, but you know, it's a beautiful camera in my opinion, so hopefully the shots here look nice. In hindsight, I really should have just shot at 60 frames. I don't know why I didn't. I was like, you know what? I'm not doing anything crazy, so. And the annoying thing was trying to figure out, I need to learn this when it comes to doing like overhead product shots, like where to place the lights so it doesn't reflect onto the camera. So I ultimately, you can kind of see it here. I ended up doing this because from my small display, it kind of looked nice, where it looked like there's a bit of a halo around the camera. So here, like if you look here, I basically had one of my light sources literally with this guy. I had my X60 light, the Xeon light, with this little, I don't know what you call this, but like a little bulbous looking thing. So then I applied that, so it kind of blew out, it just like spread some light all over. And then I had it pointing upwards, but then straight above the camera. And then you can see it's kind of split down the middle because I have the pole, and the pole extends forward, right, over the table. So then it was creating that line. So obviously that's not super nice to see, but it did make it look, for whatever reason, like there was a halo around the you know, the object here, or the ZR. So I kind of liked it. It looked like it was emitting light from underneath the camera. And then I just used my little Elgato warm light, key light, or whatever they call it, off to the side. But I'm probably breaking a lot of rules the way I did it. There's probably like real technical ways to do this. I just don't have the answers. I just slap some lights nearby. Charlie said Sony is releasing the A7V, A7 IV soon, so we will see. Maybe it becomes the brand new A7 Mark III. Okay. Kiko, how's the pricing of Nikon lenses compared to Sony? I don't know. I assume, I mean, I know Nikon lenses tend to be pretty pricey, but I just assume all of them are at a certain point. One thing I've heard from some Sony users, this is like over a year ago, so grain of salt, but I think some of them did mention when they saw what I was shooting with, they're like, yo, let's just make it up. Maybe I was shooting with the 50 or the 85 1.2, and they're like, man, the Sony 50 1.2 is like half the size and half the weight. And I was like, really? He's like, yeah. I don't know if that's true or not, but I was shocked to hear that they were saying like the Sony or Canon, whichever one, their equivalent lens is like super light and smaller than the ones that Nikon has, which is like one of those where that could be a drawback for Nikon, because obviously the lighter the lens, the easier it is to use, and then yeah, it just makes it easier to use and just better, right? The lighter things are, the better, especially for someone like me who travels a lot, and so you need to have like as lightweight as possible. But then maybe the quality is just not the same. I have no idea. But it is one thing I did hear anecdotally, that some people were like, yo, this thing is like twice the weight of my equivalent 51.2 or something. It's a bit more money, but not bad. It's a good looking camera. It's a beautiful camera, I will say. I just really like the design of it. I think I'm also, because they don't have the EVF here, so not having that viewfinder obviously, you know, minimizes the real estate, or minimizes the, it slims it down for sure. And I do prefer having the EVF, practically speaking, but I got accustomed to it. But yeah, beautiful camera. And that crazy, I say it in my script, but I do think this is going to set a new precedent. This like 4-inch display, I have a feeling all the other brands are going to have to follow suit. Like, how can you not? Right now that you can see that it is possible to have this crazy large display, assuming, you know, as once it's out in the public and people are shooting with it, maybe it turns out not having so many physical buttons becomes such a detriment that people hate it. But like, to me, it worked. You know, it took some getting used to for sure. But to have all of this real estate for the beautiful monitor screen, that it like renders the use of an external monitor somewhat obsolete for some people, like someone like me, not having to attach that heavy monitor with the battery and the memory cards and everything else that comes with it. It's like such a it's a lifesaver that I don't need that. And meanwhile, this 4-inch display, what is it? So I believe the Sony FX3 and the others, theirs are like a 3-inch display. But then within that 3-inch display, it's not a true 3-inch, right? Because there's like all the bezeling and all that kind of stuff. And then with the external monitor, I believe most of them are like 5-inch displays. So to have one that's 4 inches, so right in the middle, right? I think it is a sweet spot. And I think they did a good job of like making majority of that screen an actual screen, right? So yeah, so at one point I think I just moved the light around just to brighten it up because it was a little too dark. Oh yeah, you know what? I think one thing I forgot to film a close-up of is where it says Z Cinema on the left. Whoops. Did I get the focus? Come on, come on. Yeah, I think I messed with something and then like, there we go. Okay. Oh, there's a little bit of a, there's something on that camera there. I didn't realize it. Damn. Yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, because this is a pre-production unit. So when I got my hands on it, it's like, it's been out in the field for a bit. So you can see a little bit like, it looks like the Z got scrubbed off a bit. Or it got scuffed. Dun, 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 dun. Jeez, I filmed everything, didn't I? Yeah, so beautiful display here. And again, it's like, I feel like the bezeling on this is very tiny, right? It's very, very thin. So it like actually feels like they maximized on the monitor display. So, you know, good on them for sure. Like it's a beautiful piece of work. And yeah, the front of the camera. So some of the drawbacks or some of the complaints that I've heard so far. Kiko, he said, oh yeah, I saw a video comparison of the 51.2 to the Sony. Nikon lens was massive. They have to work on that, especially on people who use gimbals a lot. Yeah, which is kind of funny because like, I thought the whole point of the massive sensor that they have, because I think they touted that the actual sensor size or the opening or whatever you call the thing is supposed to be the largest, right? So the thought was that it would mean that the lenses would be much lighter. But yeah, I guess maybe not yet. I don't know. But yeah, so some of the complaints that I've heard, not like true complaints, but just in general, like some of the things that some people have issues with or not. One would be like not having a proper full grip built in, right? So this is like a very thin profile, but it's still got the grooves and stuff. So if you have like really large hands, maybe it becomes an issue. But I think at that point, there'll be like a cage and like maybe an extra grip that you can purchase for it. I don't know. But for me personally, I thought it was actually nice. It worked really well. The other issue for me, having this record button down here didn't make a lot of sense, or I couldn't figure this out. And so I didn't put this in the review because I had a feeling it might be user error, or at least I can bring it up to them to see if whatever is. But to me, like I wanted it so that because there's no back button focus button, I would prefer that the shutter button itself can either be the focus button, but then separate it out. But I couldn't figure out a way to reprogram the shutter button to be anything else. Like it seems like all you can have it as is the recording. But it could have just been user error. But yeah, ideally I would have had it so I can separate out the record button from the autofocus button, because that did cause some issues for me where like I would sometimes half press. So you would basically half press the button to do focus. But while I'm recording, there was a number of times where I end up accidentally pushing too hard and I will end the recording when obviously I didn't want it to end. So, you know, thankfully I didn't like miss too many important moments because of it. But you can imagine that could be like, yo, you lost an epic moment because you accidentally pressed too hard on the record/focus button. Yeah. So separating that out will be necessary for me, I think. Well, bigger lenses are nicer. They are the reason Nikon has the best lenses. So making smaller ones for gimbals will compromise on quality. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, for sure. Like the quality is, I'm assuming that's why they didn't compromise on the weight. So yeah, and for good reason. Yeah, like you said, to be the best in the business, you know, stick with what you're doing there. Yeah, good, really good ergonomics there. Let's see, what else was I doing here? It took some getting used to with the joystick as well. I do just miss having actual buttons to, you know, directional buttons and stuff like that. And again, where the thumb is, it's like, yo, why couldn't you just build one more button for me? Just come on, you have the space for it, right? The thumb is there. Why? Why is there no back button, focus button? I need that so desperately. But yeah. Okay. Let's fast forward some of this. Yeah, so this is like an example of what I mean, like when you basically hit the power button, it turns on pretty quickly. So I never had issues with it per se for that reason. Again, the issue to me is like not knowing if you actually turned it off. Like you can, you know, because like the green light turns off there, right, after a moment. So if you press that button and if you're not looking at the screen, you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell that the camera turned off. I think there is a little power off sound sometimes, although actually I don't know. Because there is a sound when you power it on, but sometimes you don't want to hear any sound, right? Like especially for wildlife and stuff, you just want silence. So there's like all these things where it's like, come on, just I need to figure something out for that. Oh, another cool feature, which again, as a new filmmaker and like new to the space, I was introduced to the concept of shutter angle from this project. So shout out to, I think his name's Mohammed Reza. He's a fellow content creator, and he also, I think, took the ZR out somewhere for a shoot. But I was meeting with him at the office when we were like reviewing things, and he explained to me the whole concept of shutter angle, and I had no idea that even existed. And so, not to say it's a lifesaver, actually, you know, it is a game changer, because that shutter angle saves so much time for me, because I'm oftentimes switching around between like all the frame rates. After a travel, I end up with shots that I took in 24 frames per second, 30 frames per second, 50 frames per second, 60 frames, 100 frames, 120 frames, and sometimes now 240 frames. So I can literally have a trip where I end up filming across all of the frame rates available, 25 frames per second. So the issue is that when I'm switching between frame rates, you have to always remember to also change the shutter speed to match to whatever the new frame rate is. And so that just leaves more opportunities to make mistakes, right? And more opportunities, or also more time that you get to spend adjusting and, you know, messing around with the settings. And every second matters. So the faster I can switch between frame rates without worrying about something else, the faster I can get back to filming and not miss the moment. So that shutter angle concept was super, super helpful. I'm glad he told me this before the project. So yeah. Kiko, he said, I got myself injured using only the compact A7C and 85 on the Sony. So I might just stick to Sony lenses then and use flange. Interesting. I had wrist injury, TFCC. I don't know what that stands for. But is that like just from the weight of the camera, or? Oh, another thing I was testing out for the first time was using the waveform as opposed to the histogram. It just seemed like all the professionals use waveform, if that's an option. And then there's something called the, I didn't put this in my review, but there's something called the, what is it, the false colors that I'm assuming all the professionals use. But that's not built in here. So I'm hoping maybe that could be like a firmware thing. Because it seems like with the false colors, it's just much easier to actually recognize if the lighting is properly, you know, set with whatever you're shooting. It was nice that they have this whole display that's dedicated for like video stuff. So like everything from having the histogram shortcut here, the peak, focus peaking, the zebra patterns, the view assist. So you can also apply like the red LUT into the view assist. I didn't have access to it, so it was like the Rec 709 when I was shooting. Yeah, having all the grid lines and stuff all within reach is super nice. And then yeah, having the histograms on, the autofocus for the touchscreen, adjusting the brightness of the monitor screen. So all of that being there, it just made a lot of sense for them, the way they placed it all. So that was nice. Oh, and then also it's a digital shoe now, finally. So I don't know what took them so long, but yeah, Nikon has like the digital shoe. So even the microphone that I ended up using was exceptional. I really liked it. And it's super lightweight, no cables, nothing. So to me, if I'm shooting with this, I would want that microphone as well. And yeah, like the less that I can have in terms of cables and riggings and stuff, the better. So Charlie, you said, did he tell you about the spinning disc that creates a shutter angle in film cameras? Excuse me. No, he did not. But well, he might have actually, to be fair. But it was like so much information overload that I probably didn't really grasp any of it. But yeah, I think he was saying something about like this is like how old school shutter or like, you know, film was captured, was like, yeah, with these angles and everything, and at 180 degrees angles it like does something. I don't know. What do I know? But I think he was explaining it. He was fairly technical with everything. I just it went over me. All I heard was like blah 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 blah, shoot at 180 and keep it at 180, blah 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 blah, and it's like, all right, gotcha, I'm gonna do that. So repetitive stress from the weight of the setup I have. Oh, I see. Yeah, then Kiko, that could be an issue when it comes to like Nikon, because like I shoot with all this heavy gear, and I even for me, like I feel it in the wrists at times, and then you just kind of power through. But yeah. Okay, what else? Oh yeah, so here's where I was doing the test. Oh, this is good. Okay. I wanted to do a test of the different shooting modes, right? So between, or sorry, the different file types. So between shooting at Apple ProRes RAW, shooting the new Red NE, and the NRAW. So here I think, which one do I choose? So here's me choosing the R3D NE. I think I kept it at 6K 60, did I? Okay. No, I thought I did 24p. Yeah, okay, I think I eventually chose 24p because I think on Apple ProRes it only shoots 6K 30. So let's see if I did that. Come on, hustle up, buddy. Where's the test? Oh, did I do it here? Okay. Okay, so anyways, there's that shutter mode. So it was nice to finally have that shutter angle. Repetitive stress. Charlie say it's quite cool. So that 180 degrees is basically a semicircle, and the disc would spin, allowing the film then to be exposed for 50% of the total time for that frame. Interesting. Oh, I see. So as it's spinning, you see it in the top half or the bottom half or whatever. Okay. Okay, so here, so I'm choosing ProRes and log. So this is ProRes RAW at 6K 24 frames, I believe. 6K 30. Jesus, I don't even remember. 6K 30 ProRes RAW at the highest quality. And then here, it's kind of hard to see, but it says I basically have 22 minutes to film. And then if you compare that to now the R3D NE, which is also 12 bits, and then shooting at 6K 30, now I have 59 minutes, right? So it jumps from, shoot, I forget what number did I say, 22 minutes or something? What did I say? So yeah, 22 and a half minutes shooting in Apple ProRes RAW at 6K 30 frames. Actually, let me write this down. 22 and a half minutes. 22.5. And then when we switched over to the new Red codec, the Red codec was shooting it would give me 59.5 minutes. 59.5. So it's like in between 30 to 40%, right, of like the size. And then it was the exact same. So when I switched over to NRAW, the NRAW was the exact same number if I remember correctly. So if I choose the NRAW Nlog 6K 24 frames, this one I did it wrong because I chose the wrong frame rates. I think I eventually choose it correct. Yeah. I was a bit slow to recognize, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, when I chose NRAW 6K 30 instead of the 24p, yep. Then if you look, it's the same, 59.5 minutes. So yeah, basically to me personally, I find that, you know, because I never had a problem with NRAW, and one of the biggest values of NRAW was the fact that it's super efficient. Like I can shoot 3 times as much, roughly 3 times as much as shooting in Apple ProRes. And now here, same thing. It's literally the same. So with the new R3D NE, I can shoot roughly 2 to 3 times as much as I would with the ProRes RAW. So Charlie said 360 degrees allows the frame to be exposed 100% of the time, and 90% is 25% of the time. Interesting. Okay, I see. It makes sense now that you mentioned it that way. So then if I want to get motion blur, then I would just need to increase from 180 to something higher. Okay. Oh yeah, and then here I was talking about the zoom rocker. So this was also a cool feature on the camera. So they have this like zoom rocker, which is meant for like the power zoom lenses, so that instead of having to manually adjust the focus ring, you're able to use this power zoom rocker to zoom in and out. However, I found that was actually quite useful even with like normal, like the prime lenses, because then you can punch into your shot, right? So here you would see I could just punch in and out, and it was like super easy. So I kind of prefer this to the other ways that I normally have to like zoom in on the shot, which is like normally a shortcut button that I have to program on the back of the camera. And the problem is when you're holding the camera and any motion you do obviously makes you shake. And so when I'm like double checking for focus, when I have to use my thumb to hit buttons and stuff, I feel like there's a lot of shake introduced, and I might end up even if it looks focused, when I try to back out, I might be out of focus now just from that subtle shake. Whereas with the zoom rocker, I just found that like literally the index finger is already in that place where for me to flip that switch back and forth, it doesn't really introduce a lot of like additional motion to what I'm doing. So it's a bit more steady in terms of being able to quickly zoom in, see if I have the focus, zoom out. So yeah, that was a cool feature. Okay. Yeah, oh yeah, and this is the microphone, by the way. So this is the, what was it? The MED10 or something? It's super low profile, very, very compact. And I did film quite a bit with it, so I'll be able to show like the actual quality test, if you will. Charlie, you said that screen though is fire. Who would have thought 4 inches could feel massive? Yeah, exactly. I like what you said there. I didn't put any puns or things like that in my video. I decided to keep it strictly professional. But yeah, it's like it's a nice camera. It's just a nice camera all around. I think they did a really good job with it, especially at that price point. For any complaints, like major complaints about any part of the camera, I feel like it's forgiven because of the price point, you know? So. Oh, also, it's kind of nice when you power on the microphone. So when you're recording, you'll see that beautiful little LED display. You can turn it off as well, but so if you turn on the LED and when you hit record, you get that nice red glow. So it just makes it very, very obvious, and it's on both sides. So same thing here. When you're recording, boom, there you go. Yeah, just it's like these. I don't know. I'm a fan of like, what do you call it? Like subtle designs or like delightful moments type thing. And again, finally, right, it's the digital hot shoe, so no cables required. And that is a big selling point for me of like, what is the purpose of this camera? Again, it's like going in the opposite direction of maybe what other people would have assumed that Nikon would do, right? You would assume that maybe Nikon, seeing what Canon and Sony have done, would go in the same direction and say like, okay, we're going to build this like hefty camera that has like all the same kind of features, and we're copy and pasting, but now with the red codec and like the red design and the Nikon blah, blah, blah. However, at least with this first camera launch, they went with like a whole other direction, which is, hey, we're going to build this super compact camera, and it's not going to have a bunch of the things you're used to as a professional filmmaker, right? So professional filmmaker, I was hearing like usually the cameras have a bunch of those, what do you call it? Like the 3/8 inch or like whatever the screw mounts everywhere. So you could attach a bunch of things to the camera. This thing only has one at the bottom of the camera. What else? Yeah, like things like that. Some of the more professional feature, sure, is not there. But in terms of like where this went, and like going with the 4-inch display. So instead of having more space for all those little screw mounts, it went with a larger display and fewer buttons. However, they're leaning into this whole thing of like, we want you to be able to shoot professional looking cinema quality camera footages without needing a rig. So you don't need to have like a cage with cables attached, where you've got like an external monitor with their hefty battery and everything else with that, and then a top handle, and then like a gimbal. Like, you don't need any of that. You just want to shoot with this camera, and because the display is large enough, you don't need the external monitor. Because it's internal 6K RAW recording, you don't need a monitor. Because it's got the 32-bit float, you don't necessarily need some, external microphone potentially. And because it's a digital shoe, you can use a shotgun mic without the extra cables attached. And so it's like, I feel like it did a job of like saying, we're going to solve for needing all the crazy accessories, and you should be able to just shoot with just the camera, maybe a shotgun mic at most, and otherwise you go do your thing. And I don't think I would have needed the shotgun mic, except for the fact that I shoot a lot of times outdoors. So when it gets windy, I need like I need to be able to block the wind sound. And so this thing also came with a little wind muff, which I only got to test briefly, but yeah. So anyways, it's meant to like minimize your actual shooting rig. So yeah, they leaned into the opposite direction. I think that was a smart choice for me personally, because I'm biased. Okay, so all of this looks good. So maybe I'll drag some of these guys in. You know what? I kind of like this shaky shot feel instead of the stabilized shot. It's a bit grittier. Dun, dun, dun. I misfocus on that one. I was shooting at like a f1.2. I wanted to try to do like a super cinematic look. Kiko, he said, anyways, guys, thanks for the chat. It's 1 a.m. here. Oh, like, okay. Looking forward to that review, brother. Hoping it will put a nail on my decision on which camera to buy. Bless and love. Well, I appreciate it. I'm hoping to get the video out in the next few days, hopefully. And I would love to have your view on it and your comments and all that fun stuff. But thank you very much for also joining the stream. We'll be here tomorrow as well, and the day after and all that. So thank you. Okay. I think I did, which ones did I drag in already?
ZR is a full frame.
Okay. Let's drag this one in. Okay, so these guys. Okay.
And that extra latitude with,
Yes, what about that latitude?
and that gives me a nice safety net while I. The ZR is a full frame camera that records 6K R3.
Yeah, does it?
Now this was the first time I ever.
Oh man, I'm not looking forward to this. This is more reason. Oh my god, yeah, I think this is more reason I need a YouTube editor for, especially because as I start doing more like these kind of talking head videos and product gear review, that kind of stuff, not having to listen to my voice for as much as possible would be also very, very nice. I don't know how you guys handle it watching my stream, but yeah, obviously I'm kind of being harsh for no reason, but yeah, generally speaking, I know most people find their own voice a little bit unnerving, because obviously what we hear in our head is different from what you hear outside. But yeah, I do not like it, Sam. I am. So if I remember correctly, I think for this shot it was slightly softer, but there was a cool pose because you have three of them walking almost in tandem. Oh, and then we gotta find good soundtrack. Ba 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 ba. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Yep, so I don't know what part of this we'll use. Okay, I'm just giving some real thought right now, so I'm brainstorming here. Ba, 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 ba. The question is, do I try to edit all of this myself, or do I try to hand this off as a trial, like for these prospective YouTube editors, right? Because I did make that post, and I think there's a decent number of people who've reached out, so I'm just thinking, because the main issue that I run into is to send all of these files to someone might not be possible for some people, because this could end up being like several hundreds of gigabytes almost, even if I narrow down all the clips to whatever is necessary. Maybe we'll take care of something I normally enjoy doing anyways. Let's try to figure out what is the right soundtrack we want to use, where basically there has to be a buildup of about 30 seconds. Let me see.
I have to admit something. I'm not a pro.
Let's start with this one, maybe.
I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography.
Okay. Hey, what's up, Ivy? I hate hearing myself too. Hello, hello, Ivy. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, you're catching me as I'm like butting my head against the wall here, because I'm trying to think what other footages I need. And technically, in this section here, I need some. I have some B-roll footage of myself that I need to plop in here. That shows like, because I'm basically introducing myself, right? So I'm saying like, hey, so I'm basically, I was like a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography. Then I jumped into like doing short form videos, then moved to YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm trying to get into like filmmaking. So as I'm explaining that, I figure as the B-roll, I'll show briefly some clips of, you know, me on the travel, kind of like the whole starting soon video that you guys will see. Some like form of that maybe. Actually, let's see if, can I just drop in here my... I don't have it open, damn it. But yeah, Ivy, how are you doing? How's everything?
Two base ISOs of 800 and 6400 with 15 plus stops of dynamic range. And that extra
Okay, let me think. Let me keep thinking real quick. If I send this to an editor, this would be a really good example of like the type of work I want to do going forward anyways, which is like product reviews or gear reviews or quick like little topical videos, using my footages and like some talking head stuff. And I did most of the work anyways, right? Like generally speaking, I have all the footages here. I've already clipped out all the potential dialogue to be used, and color grading is roughly speaking like pretty much there. And so it's just a matter of exporting all these files into a decently high quality, because I usually want to export into like a 4K YouTube video. So let's say, and the other option is I somehow send, I tried this in the past and it didn't work, but if I can send like a proxy file that someone is able to work with if they use DaVinci. But I think I tried that before and it completely failed. So I'm not sure if that's an example or if that's something I could do. Because like, I think that's like the reasonable step is if I have all the files loaded into this timeline, my understanding is then I can turn this into a proxy file or like a project file, which I can send to the editor. And then the editor can work off of the lower resolution proxy file, send the file back to me, and then somehow magically, whatever updates that the person did, it should magically make the changes to mine. Actually, let's ask, this is a good time to talk to ChatGPT. It's been a while. We haven't talked to Amber? Hello. Do you remember, do I call you Amber or Ember?
Hey there. You usually call me Amber, so feel free to stick with that if you like, or we can go with Ember if you're feeling a little fiery today.
Nah. Let's stick to your original name. Okay, so Amber, I have a quick question for you because I'm working on a YouTube video that's going to be less than 15 minutes, but it's going to be in 4K, and it's shot with some pretty heavy files because I shot this with the new ZR camera and with my Z6 III, mostly in 6K 30 frames or 6K 60 frames per second in the RAW format, so in NRAW as well as the R3D NE codec. So the files are pretty heavy. Now, I'm trying to figure out if I want to provide all of this to a prospective YouTube editor, because right now I am looking for an editor. So my thought was maybe I can use this as an example to see, hopefully figure out who I should work with. Let's say if I find a YouTube editor that works, that can make this video for me, what is the best way for me to do this quickly? Because one option I think is I need to export every footage I have into some kind of 4K, but still less resolution quality than like the initial raw codec files. And then I need to put it into a Dropbox and hope that they can download all the files and work with it. That seems like a lot of work though. I'm not sure if that works necessarily. The other option is then if I generate some kind of a proxy project file that has all of the clips loaded in, and then assuming that they're able to access the proxy file, then they should be able to work around with that and then send it back to me, and it somehow magically all their edits would show up on my timeline. But I've never worked with that, so I don't know. And I've had someone I tried to work with in the past and the proxy files didn't work. So can you let me know what's the best option for me if I need to work with someone remotely and I've got these heavy files, and I have all the footage, by the way. So I have all of the talking head videos, I have all the potential B-roll shots, I have the audio voiceovers. It's really just a matter of trying to get someone access to this to put it all together for me.
Absolutely. I've got you covered. Amber style. So given that you're dealing with these heavy 6K RAW files and you want to work with a YouTube editor remotely, the best practice is usually to rely on a proxy workflow. That means you can generate layer resolution proxy files, which are basically lighter, more manageable versions of your heavy footage, and then share those proxies with your editor. Here's how it typically works. You create proxy files from your original RAW footage in your editing software like DaVinci Resolve or Premiere Pro. You send these proxy files to your editor, and they do all their editing using those lighter files. Once they're done, they send you back the project file. Then you reconnect the project to your original high-resolution footage on your end, and voila, all their edits appear in full quality. It's a lot more efficient than trying to upload giant RAW files or even downscaled full-quality 4K files. Most professional editors are used to proxy workflows, and it'll save you a ton of time and bandwidth. So I'd recommend going the proxy route. And if you had any hiccups in the past, just make sure both you and the editor are aligned on the software and the proxy workflow steps. Once you get that set up, it should be pretty smooth.
So if I go with that option, does that mean that the person has to use DaVinci? And if they don't use DaVinci, let's say there's someone who uses Premiere Pro and After Effects, what does that mean for me? Does that mean I would have to essentially put all these files into Premiere Pro and then like generate proxies from that and then send that to them? Or what is considered the best route there?
Yeah, totally understandable question. So if your editor prefers using Premiere Pro or After Effects instead of DaVinci Resolve, you can definitely still make it work. In that case, you'd basically import all your original footage into Premiere Pro yourself and generate proxies directly from there. Premiere Pro has a built-in proxy workflow that's pretty straightforward. Once you've got the proxies ready, you can share those smaller proxy files with your editor. They can do all their editing in Premiere, and when they send the project file back to you, you just relink everything to the original high-res footage on your end. So in short, it's definitely doable even if you and the editor are using different software. You just use Premiere to handle the proxy creation and then let them edit from there. It's a pretty common workflow and should help you both stay on the same page.
Okay. Now, one of the issues I have, though, is that I'm using NRAW and the red codec, which I know NRAW is only compatible in DaVinci as far as I know. So then if I do end up having to generate the proxy files in Premiere Pro, it sounds like I need to first export the footages I have into some consumable but high resolution files for Premiere Pro. So then it sounds like if I go with that route, I still need to end up exporting some of my original files into, let's say, like a 6K 30 frame or 6K 60 frame, whatever I originally shot with, but now in maybe Apple ProRes HQ, or I'm not sure which one should I end up exporting to if I want to maintain the best resolution for this project, which will ultimately be published onto YouTube. But obviously it's one where I want to highlight the quality of the color science and everything else in terms of the resolution of this new camera.
Absolutely. I get what you're aiming for. So since you're working with NRAW and the red codec and you want to edit in Premiere Pro, you'll indeed have to do a bit of a conversion step first. Basically, you'll use DaVinci Resolve to take those NRAW files and export them into a format that Premiere Pro is happy with. Something like Apple ProRes 422Q is a great choice because it maintains really high quality while still being much easier to handle than the original RAW files. Once you've got those ProRes files, you can bring them into Premiere Pro and generate proxies from there. That way, your editor can work with the proxies, and then when they send the project back to you, you'll just relink to those high-quality ProRes files and then export your final video for YouTube. So in summary, yes, there's that one extra step of converting the NRAW into something like ProRes HQ, but once you do that, it'll be smooth sailing for your Premiere using editor. That way you get to show off all that awesome color science and resolution without too much of a headache.
Okay. Man, that's a lot. Okay, so maybe what I'll do in the interim is let's go to lens distortions, because it's a good time to see, have they released the new album? Yo, did they? Oh, no way. Oh my god, the new album is out. Oh man, I'm so excited. Holy crap. Okay, let me pause our soundtrack. Okay, so if you are new to the stream, you may not recognize how much I truly, truly find value in lens distortions. Lens distortions, they basically do a lot of, like, they have a sound library, they do sound effects, so everything's licensed if you purchase their license, right? Or like if you subscribe to them. They also have some nice LUTs that I use. I've used it on some of my most recent projects, including that Mongolia episode 1 video, as well as parts of my 5-minute documentary, which is pinned to my chats. So anyways, I always get super excited whenever I see they have new music released, because all the soundtracks that they have, they tend to be very, very cinematic. So if you actually, before we listen to it, let's go ahead and pop open. So even here, I believe I used a mix of a bunch of the soundtracks from Lens Distortions, broke it apart through the stems. So this is all Lens Distortions.
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm. You are the guest. Step back without leaving. Presence is not pressure. Here, when a chimp approaches you, it means the island kept its promise. If we cannot share this shoreline, how will we share the planet? To live together, we listen first, then we leave room.
So it's like some, I mixed and matched a bunch of
On
different
this island,
sounds from
we
like
practice
their
balance
songs.
so the world can keep its footing. For them to be able to forage is shrinking rapidly. In Uganda, we lose on a chimpanzee, and it required an amputation. They know what your purpose is there for you, that you're going to mortals to be their protectors. Because as humans, we take claim over every space on the earth.
Yeah, so anyways, I really like their soundtracks and stuff. Now, they don't do like affiliate links, which is so annoying, because I would love to, promote. Oh, I love promoting them regardless, but obviously I would like to work with them in some fashion, because I do quite enjoy what they do. But yeah, anyways, Lens Distortions, big fan. I'm saying this for free. I'm not getting paid for this. Ivy, you said doing good. Hope all the editing has been going well. It has been going well, and good to hear you're doing well. Charlie said, sorry, just sat down again. Who is this? The music and LUTs. Oh yeah. So the music is all from this company called Lens Distortions. So I do have a subscription to them. I use Lens Distortions, something called Artlist, and Epidemic Sounds. Now, Artlist and Epidemic Sounds, I do have affiliate links for them. So if you ever want to try them out, let me know and I'll send you the link. You can also see all my stuff under my website at !gear, I think, or gears. I have to double check. I have to remember these things. Okay, perfect. If you would ever like to see what kind of cameras, gears, travel stuff that I use, it's all listed on my website. Feel free to check it out. Anyways, I was saying that a new album launched, and they had a teaser, which is one of the songs, and now it looks like the entire album has just launched, so I want to listen to them. And we might be able to use this on maybe our upcoming video, so let's check it out. Let me turn down the audio just in case. Sorry. So I don't. So basically, what I think about what I think about lens distortions is like they have such cinematic music and soundtracks and sound effects. I think it works really nicely for the types of like travel stories that I share. Now the question is, can this work for talking head videos? Which, in my opinion, I'm probably going to go with Artlist and Epidemic Sounds are probably still much better choices when it comes to like if you need, background music while you're talking about some casual topic or whatever. So I think that's probably where those strengths are. The strength of lens distortion is definitely like if you want something cinematic. So yeah. I think we already listened to this one, so I've downloaded already. Oh yeah, Charlie, you mentioned the 800 a year. I think someone else mentioned that too. I don't know. Maybe I was like, from my side, it was actually I think like 400 a year. I don't think it was 800 because I remember last time someone mentioned, I was like, what? Did I really pay 800 for this? I'm pretty sure I'm not paying 800. I thought it was like half of that. So maybe the price has gone up. I'm not sure, but yeah. So let me also give you guys some thoughts behind the scenes of what exactly am I listening for right now. Well, one, I'm just listening overall just to see if I like the music, and I generally do. Like 9 out of 10 times, I'm a fan of like almost everything that these guys pump out. But in more specifically, I guess I'm trying to think about what soundtrack could potentially work for the beginning of my product review. So I need something that kind of dramatically builds up. And then as I say my final line here where I say something, 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 if you're an aspiring filmmaker like me, the Nikon not Z9, the Nikon ZR and this review is for you. And as I say that, there has to be like a beat drop type moment, the music picks up, and then I'll have about 30 seconds where I make, it'll be a quick trailer showing some of the best footages that I captured from using the ZR. And then as it dies back down, so there has to be a nice crescendo, and there has to be a nice little finale, and then as that finale comes to an end, then it jumps back to me in the studio as I just say like something like, oh, so everything you just saw was shot with the ZR, blah 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 blah. Hope you like it. The whole documentary is on my YouTube channel. Go ahead and check it out. And now let's go ahead and review the camera. So that's essentially the storyline to start off. So I'm listening for soundtracks that feels like it can start very subtle, feels like it can build up over time, and then as I say my key line, boom, it shifts gears, does a montage, ends within 30 seconds, and then I move on. So yeah. Music only seems to be 500 a year, but for full access to LUTs and SFX, it's 800. Okay, I'll have to double check because I'm pretty sure I'm not paying that amount, but I do have access to the LUTs and the SFX, so I'll have to check. But in my opinion, the money is well worth spent in this sense. Hello, Nico. Just came from a lesson. Well, welcome. We're listening to the new album from Lens Distortions, and I'm trying to see if I can use one of these songs for my soundtrack. Just the volume is so loud on these music. I very much like that.
Position up.
And also something I have to keep in mind is I need the soundtrack to be the right mood for, obvious reasons. Obviously, we want it to be very compelling and all that, but also because that 30 seconds. Hello, Nature Cinema. Thank you very much for subscribing. Thank you very much on the YouTube. I appreciate it. We're just going through, right now I'm putting my product review for the Nikon ZR together, and I'm listening to some new music, and we want to see if any of this we can use for the product review video or just in general. And what I'm listening for is if I do like a 30-second montage of the best highlights of my trip. Oh, it's just a repeat. Then I also want to make sure that this is something where I can turn it into a quick Instagram reel, right? Where I can just be like, oh, post 30 seconds of the best of, and then it's like a teaser for the product review. BC, you said trying to decide why I am going to stream tonight. Why or when? Answer is you should gamble to figure out what to do. If you gamble and reach 20,000, then make a decision from that. So yeah, I'm listening for these kind of moments where there's a pause in the music or a build up, and this one's a bit more on the upbeat side, so it may or may not work with the mood of like the chimps. So that's another thing I'm thinking about. So this one's slightly on the positive feelings and vibes. Charlie, you said I'm going to save your website so I can relink to other stuff too. Hells yeah. Save away. Check out my website. I do everything from selling my presets, exclamation mark presets, I believe. Let's see if it works. Yep. And then I also run tours, right? So I take people with me around the world. So I've set up a few for next year, and I'm working on a few others. Okay, so I like the song. Slightly on the upbeat side, so I'm hesitant to use it though for the opening. Okay, I like this opening. It has potential, real potential here. Ooh, and it's almost right on the money of like the timing of what I need, because I have like 30 seconds intro of me talking and then about 30 seconds of the montage. And assuming this is the montage section, the music is nice. It's not like overly dramatic, but it's not like, yeah, because I'm not trying to make it sound like a adrenaline rush, right? I think this one could work. This one has good potential. Nico, you said whoops. You said, I'm really considering saving money to join you on your trip to Japan next year. Japan is my dream travel destination. Well, I very much appreciate you saying that. I think at this point I think everything is basically locked down. I just got to put the website together now, the web page. Most likely it is a bit expensive, Nico, so just keep that in mind. These trips are never cheap. And so I believe it's probably going to be around $4,500 to $5,000 per person. So and it's going to be for a small group. So the point is that the trip is not meant to be like a large group. It is meant to be somewhat more intimate. We will be doing stuff where we go into some forest with an expert who knows where a bunch of those Izo momonga, the flying dwarf squirrels, he knows where those guys are. Izo momonga. These guys. And they are so amazing, and it's like beyond magical, like the experience of trying to catch them in the wild, in the sense of like seeing them when they take off. And so basically we would spend a number of days on in the trip just dedicated to trying to capture these guys in the wild. So the expert guide that I have experience with, he knows where a bunch of them live, and it's like his territory. So basically we would follow him in the early mornings before sunrise, and then before sunset, and then basically we would park up and try to wait for these momongas to, come back to the nest. And then you try to position yourself, you wait, and the moment, boom, it's like that. But essentially, if you're lucky, you can catch this Izu momonga in flight and get a nice photograph. It's tough, right? So that's what you're hoping for. You're hoping for those money shots. But then also there are different angles. You'll have moments where the momonga pops his head out the hole, and depending on where you're positioned, you can end up with these beautiful shots. So I was able to take a few. Some of the guests or the clients that I took with me, they also took some beautiful shots. But my challenge, I really want to capture the shot when it's in flight. And I had some, but like not perfectly focused. So I'm excited to go back just to try again. So we'll be spending a number of days to do this. So we'll attempt several days in a row to try to capture this in its environment, in this like beautiful situation. And then we'll go on to capturing like the red crowned cranes, the stellar sea eagles, the red foxes. And yeah, it is a fun time, but very expensive. So just keep that in mind. For how long are these journeys? This one's going to be about 9 to 10 days, and then I might extend it to do some other things. But generally speaking, yeah, like I'm looking to promote for about 9 to 10 days. Cyronius, PP and Poo Poo. Hello. Yo, Cyronius, I was going to ask you some questions because it got brought up earlier about like how to do these mobile live streaming and like the rig that you set up to do it. But anyways, I was just thinking about you because I was like, oh yeah, man, Cyronius had the most epic setup. But how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. We are listening to some new soundtracks from Lens Distortions. And in particular, I'm trying to see which ones could work for my product review. So I'm working through... I got access to the ZR camera again, and I was able to film my whole talking head stuff. So these are all shot with the ZR, and it's just me talking about the camera. And oh my God, it was just so much work. But now I have some of the B-roll of like some product shots of the camera as well. I just shot it from my desk here, nothing fancy, but the quality looks nice. And then I need to start putting it all together, and I might hire a video editor to do this for me if I can find a good one in the next, like within like the next day or so. And then, yeah, anyways, there's a lot going on here, and I'm just listening to some of the music to see which one we can use for this video. Cyronius likes to talk about poo and poo. Yes, poo squared. Streaming while on the go, probably the easiest on a cell phone with mobile or IRL Pro with Android. Okay. I'll bug you about it later. It's not a immediate thing. So I was saying this song, I think it has real potential. Yeah, especially because it's broken into almost like 30-second chunks. So imagine in my storytelling, it'd be like the first 30 seconds is me talking head, blah, blah, blah. This camera's for you. And then boom, as the music shifts gears, then we do a whole 30-second montage of some of the best shots from this trip and with the ZR. And then we shift back to normal mode.
And it's
So we might even cut out the middle part or like use some of the beginning and then jump to one of the more dramatic where we have a nice drop off. Yeah, no, there's some options here, so that's cool. Okay, okay. I like it. So there's a nice change there. Not as dramatic of a change, but change nonetheless. Man, their music's always so good, so fire. It's like so moody. And again, like I was saying, the thing I recently discovered is like breaking this music into the stems. So if you like most of it, but you didn't like the drums or you didn't like some part of the melody or some electric guitar sound, you can literally just download only the key stems that you want or the instruments. It's really cool. And that's what we ended up doing with our documentary film. Man, so good, so good. Cyrone says that I like it. It's very motivational. Speakers making his way to the stage. Yeah, yeah. It gives like nostalgic feedback. No. Yeah, it's like it's upbeat, but slightly melancholy. But yeah. Me gusta. Okay, let's look at the next one. Resolute. I like that word for this. Yeah, resolute. Resolute and hopeful. Yeah, and thing I have to keep in mind though is like I needed to somewhat match with the mood of my documentary, but my documentary is a bit more on the. Actually, let's remind myself. I think the documentary is slightly more on the somber side, right? It's literally a B minor. Was it B minor or D minor key?
When the chimp approaches
So it already has a more of a
you,
not sad, but yeah, a slightly more somber tone.
stay humble.
And so the question is, do I have to make this somber? Not necessarily. It's a product review. Yeah, so obviously I'm trying to keep it slightly more neutral or upbeat. Making it somber while I'm talking about a product doesn't make sense. So actually, you know what? Okay, I take everything I said back. It doesn't need to match the mood of the documentary because in many ways this is not meant to be like a documentary 1.5. This is a completely separate video. It's meant to be behind the scenes of how I made all this, so it's not like necessarily meant to match mood. So okay, yeah, take everything I said away. I think it's okay to have more upbeat. But again, the key thing is I need 30-second chunk and then the music shifting for another roughly 30 seconds and ending within 30 seconds. So So I'll do a bit of multitasking while we do this. Hello, hello, BT. I remember you. Hope you're doing well. Doing very well, very, very well. I'm even more excited because a new album on Lens Distortion has dropped, and Lens Distortion tends to have very, very cinematic music. So I'm listening to all of this, seeing if we can use some of the soundtrack in our upcoming video that I'm working on, which is the product review for the Nikon ZR. So I'm in a good mood because the music's great. Charlie, you asked, do you have a music background? How do you recognize the key of the notes? Oh, sorry. I have no technical music background whatsoever. You misunderstood me. I knew the key because this is the beauty of Lens Distortion. It actually tells you. So for instance, here, you're seeing everything here is in B major. So one of the cool things about this sound library is that they actually tell you what is the key of the songs. So yeah, I think for the ones that I was using before, I was looking for everything that followed the same key. So I wanted to make sure as I mix in different music, they all feel like it blends into one song. So I kept it in the same key throughout. My music background is just like, you know, the typical Asian parents. So I learned piano, then I did violin throughout school. I picked up guitar for a while, and that one I enjoyed quite a bit. But besides that, I don't do anything in music anymore. Yeah, so it's very, very useful. I like the song. Not as enough like mood changes to use for the opening though, but I like it. We're gonna use it for something. Just don't know what. This one's called Sketchbook. Interesting. So we're just multitasking. I'm just looking through some of the footages that I had shortlisted. But then because I just remembered that I'm doing a montage, I probably need to shortlist a lot more footages to fit into the montage. Beatty, you said, I overslept because of a late night prep, so just getting my day started. Had a rough weekend shooting in Orlando, but got through it. Oh, okay. Yeah, not that, like, yeah, every time I do a shoot for, like, a client and stuff, oh my god, it can be so exhausting. So, more power to you for doing it. Hopefully you got paid. So I usually like more dark kind of shots. I remember this moment. So this is Sunday, which is that super tall, lanky chimp. So remember, I had to switch over to vertical just to be able to, fit him in frame for where he was. But yeah, I have that as a separate. Okay, anyways. BD said also starting principal photography on a feature in a week, so preparing for that. Man, it's so cool, the things that you guys do. I'm still learning these words. So principal photography, what does that mean? The only words I've learned so far is director of photography. I know about that. Principal photography. Principal photography is the core phase of producing a film or TV show where the majority of filming occurs, capturing the main scenes and performance. The stage falls between the planning and the editing, finishing, post-production stage. Primary goal is to gather all the necessary raw footage within a budget and schedule to create the final product. Huh. So it's like the actual execution mode kind of thing, or like when the actual shooting. Centralization of shooting. It's when the main story is filmed. Okay, so then BD, if I can use the term in the context of like what I'm doing now, just so I can burn it into my head. You're saying like there would be the pre-production phase where I'm, pitching the idea, or we're planning out what the shots are. Here's like the shot list, or here's the story, here's what we need to capture, blah, blah, blah. Here's the preparations. And then the principal photography is essentially what I'm showing now, which is like when you're on site and you're actually doing the shoot. So this is like 3-day shoot. So here we are, we're in the principal photography phase. That's how I'm kind of reading it, but I don't know if that's accurate. Also, I gotta turn down the audio again. How is the audio so loud? Jesus, I have like dropped to like... It's the same issue I had with Artlist. It's like you have to drop the volume to like 1. Otherwise it's blasting. BD said yes, mostly. Okay. Yeah, that's really cool. That's really cool. I think I mentioned, but yeah, I think that's one of the ambitions that I have, is that I want to be more in the filmmaking industry. Whether it's joining other people's projects or like having your own projects. But yeah, if you can, for me personally, most likely it means, I'm gonna pause the music because why is this so loud? It's probably gonna be more in the lens of like trying to pitch one of my travel project. So let's say, hey, I want to, and I saw actually a famous photographer who was just there. I was like, oh my God, I've been talking about it for some time. I want to go to Mongolia, for instance, and spend time with the reindeer tribe. So then you like spend a month with the reindeer tribe and you would interview them, take footages, capture their story. And similar to how we did this short documentary, like somehow weave in a nice theme through the lens of this tribe that lives in this really remote place with this unique relationship with the wild and nature. So then it'd be like, my goal would be, how do I pitch this to somebody so I can secure like a budget, so then I can hire a film crew, and then we can go out there, we do all the, like you said, was the pre-planning, then do the principal photography, blah. I don't know. I don't even know how to use these terminologies, but it'd be cool to like put myself more into that mode of thinking so that it's more professional as well. But then like professional in the sense that also you're more competent. So you're actually making sure you do it properly. You don't miss any key steps, or everyone's on the same page. I think it'd be so much fun. What was this here? It's basically where the majority of the footage is shot before the director or producers decide to do pickups. Pickups, that's another word I haven't heard before. Yo, you're like speaking a different language, which I appreciate because we're learning now. So, what is it? What is pickups? in filming. A new AI mode. Okay, sure. In filmmaking, a pickup shot is a small specific shot or portion of a scene filmed after the main or principal photography has concluded. The purpose is to augment... why won't this fit my screen properly? Purpose is to augment or replace existing footage, to fix issues or improve the final cut. Oh, you know what? Okay, so that would be like, I need to do a pickup shot where after I've seen the footage, so I'm assuming the director would review the principal photography shoot, and then they would be like, oh, we're missing some shots, or we need to redo something. So in my case, it'd be like, oh, I looked at the shot, and I would like to be able to film the director's narration. I want to film a bit more where I can get him saying a few key lines, which would fit with the footage that I have, which I didn't recognize before. And then we would have to do a pickup shot if it was in the budget, where I could actually have him, we might have to travel back and get him to say those lines or reshoot something. Okay, I think I'm kind of understanding it. So before the director or producers decide to do pickups, or okay, so either the producer or the director will choose what to change. So it's basically them saying like, we need to do a second iteration, or it's like a review process. But I guess in the world of film, I guess you're probably trying to avoid having to do more than a single shoot. So anytime you have to do the pickups, that's like adding to the budget, or it can really drastically change things, I guess. You say, which is most of the time, unfortunately. Gotcha. Hello, espionage. Welcome. Hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully you're doing well. Let me speak properly. BD said, or sometimes actors, if they are of a certain stature, get their way to redo certain scenes. Oh, okay. That's the most annoying. Speaking of filmmaking, I got to sit in on a conversation about the issues making a series called Barbaric coming to Netflix. Yo, that's kind of cool. How'd you land that? I got to sit in on a conversation. That's cool. Is this one of those actually, how do you get behind the scenes like that? BD, remind me, did I share my documentary film with you already, or have you seen the documentary film that I made with the ZR? Because I'm always curious to get, especially if you're in that industry, I would love your thoughts, because this is our very first attempt. Again, I say our, but this is my very first attempt at making anything that was more, not necessarily theatrical, but like in the sense of like having a theme to it, start, like beginning, middle, and end with intent of like, I went to this knowing what I was trying to shoot, and then filming everything, and then trying to make it into a story as like a documentary style. So it was like a first attempt for me to do something that was like an actual finished product with pre-planning, shooting, and then like putting it all together as a short film. So let me know, because I do want to kind of break down my thought process or get your thoughts on this, because this was I was super happy with how it turned out, but it was like so crazy because I have no experience in this world. So there's a lot of things maybe I could have done better if I had followed proper techniques, let's say, or like even the proper workflow or planning and all that. So at the end of the day, dailies are typically prepared for directors and producers to review their footage from that day. Ooh. Oh yeah, see, that was one thing I couldn't do on this shoot. One, I only had 3 days to shoot, but at the end of each day, normally I would process the footage. But the problem is I only had access to some of the MP4s, and I couldn't actually access the codec files because, this is pre-launch. So like, yeah, like there's a lot of things where I just didn't have access to actually see how my shots actually looked. So I was just going off of these MP4 files, which kind of tells the story, but not really. And then the other issue is I spilled ginger ale all over my laptop on the first evening. And so it rendered my laptop useless for the rest of the trip. So yeah, that was user error for sure. A buddy of mine is an actor and filmmaker, and he was having a conversation with the writer/producer of the show, and I just happened to be in the room. Oh, nice. A show called Barbaric. I don't know if I heard about it. I've been a little bit out of the loop with Netflix in a while. Michael Bay is going to direct the series. Yo, that's pretty cool. Am I a fan of Michael Bay? I know he gets made fun of a lot for explosions. I think South Park made fun of them for that. But I think I like his movies, generally speaking. BD said, by the way, I really hate celluloid in terms of the technical process. What is celluloid? Okay, we got to ask another question. Wait, these are questions I normally would reserve for our ChatGPT, but whatever. What is celluloid in filmmaking? Cyronius, do you mind me asking how old you are? I don't mind, and I'm pretty sure it's like probably out there somewhere, but generally I just give like a rough range, but I'm in my early 30s. BD, a lot of DPs hate me for that, but hey. Oh, we know what DP is. We learned that. The director of photography, which always confuses me because it's like I would see that oftentimes in film. It's like director of photography, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, wait, but this is a video. But it's like, seems like a key role. So yeah, anyways, I was always found it jarring. I didn't understand. In filmmaking, celluloid is the name for the transparent, flexible plastic strip that served as the physical medium for capturing, developing, and projecting motion pictures before digital technology became dominant. Okay. What do you mean? You're saying like people still use celluloid in like modern day shoots? That sounds intense. It's a material made from cellulose, coated, blah, blah, blah. Its ability to hold sequential images on long rolls. Okay. Or is it a figurative sense? It refers to movies themselves. I really hate movies in terms of the techno. Oh, wait, are you saying celluloid in the figurative sense or in the literal sense? I believe I saw your project you were referring to one of the last times I was here. I enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Yeah, so just like, yeah, so some of the behind the scenes of that footage, it's, where'd it go? So yeah, I filmed this in about 3 days. And so one of the cool things was that it was very, very last minute, but I did have a general sense of what I wanted to do. So I knew that I pitched the idea that I wanted to go to this chimp island and interview the director and some of the caregivers there, try to see if I can film a lot of these close-ups of their interaction with the chimps, as well as just like getting clean, nice shots of the wild, like, you know, the chimpanzees, the island and all that kind of stuff. And while I've never been to this island before, so there's a lot of like risk of not knowing what if it'll be a good story, the thought was like, okay, hopefully I'll be able to capture a lot of cinematic footages and then do some interviews and see if I can somehow put together a storyline about the humans, the wild, nature, the bridge, how this island kind of serves a purpose to kind of give a second chance. So I kind of already had a thought of like what the title would be as well before I went out there and shot. And so then, so I guess that would be considered the pre-planning, or I don't know if there's like a technical term for when you're doing this phase of like, where I was trying to, as I had time, it was literally all last minute, but I was like, as I had time, I was trying to put together the shot list. Here's all the gear that I need to bring, the lenses, what are, yeah, like those kind of things. What are the key interview questions that I need to ask? What is the key like sentiment that I'm looking for? And then when I arrived at the island, so then we had about 3.5 days. And then there, it was just like, I'm just filming everything. So then I finally got to scout and see the island for the first time, walk around, see like what are potential areas that we might do some shoots, and then figure out where I would do the interview. And that was like pretty tricky because there's like nowhere to do the interview. That was nice and clean. And then, yeah, so obviously we go about each day. We were filming throughout the day, trying to capture everything based on the shot list and anything else I could get. And then after the trip is when I literally had like 5 days. I think I had less than 1 week to actually correct all the footages, review all the footages, listen to all the transcript, or basically like listen to all the interviews, write down the transcript, and then try to piecemeal what are the key dialogue portions that could work for a story, and then what are the right footages that actually map on. And then eventually, yeah, we ended up putting a story together. I say we a lot, but yeah, I put the story together. Yeah, and then here's where you were saying a term that, what was it? The pickup? Wait, what was it called? A pickup shot. Yeah, so unfortunately I didn't have the flexibility to have like pickup shots. So then I just had to work around it essentially. But so I guess when I was there, that's when we call it the principal photography. And then since I guess in this sense, I am the director, producer, blah, blah, blah. So as a director, I would have to make the choice afterwards if I need to do these pickup shots Otherwise, you're just in the post-production phase. I don't know if there's a term for that. Let's see. Oh yeah, so it's just called post-production phase. And then a review process, all that kind of stuff. Anyways, it's been really fun. I want to do more of this, but I want to do it in a more technical manner and understand the actual process that professionals follow. Let me catch up real quick. Yes, DPs are really obsessed with celluloid. Certain ones are. The texture and feel that it brings. Okay. Is this like shooting in those anamorphic lenses kind of concept? So I learned about that as well recently. I was like, oh my god, I would love to shoot in an anamorphic lenses. Analog film making seems so difficult, insanely expensive too, and especially since it's going to be extinct soon. There was that Storm Chaser that was shooting in IMAX format with film. Wow. I couldn't imagine the stress of needing to load film in the vehicle. Yeah, that feels like one of those films. If you're going to shoot like that, you need to do a behind the scenes of you shooting, because then that could be interesting. Charlie, you asked, how do you plan wildlife shoots? What do you look for, and how do you contact locals who might be interested or know the land and animal who lives on it? Usually there's no need for that level of planning, at least for the type of shoots I've done so far for wildlife, which is mainly you're just going out into the wild and then you're capturing them as you see it. So think about your typical African safaris. You're on a Jeep and then you just see what you see, right? I have yet to be in a situation where I can actually dictate like a documentary style, right? And that's a goal I'm trying to get to, is being able to actually say like, hey, there's this one particular leopard, or there's this one particular I don't know, whatever animal, let's say like this one giraffe or this rhino that's blah blah blah, and I would love to do a film where we actually follow this family or this animal for 1 week or 2 weeks. That's kind of like what the Nat Geo style thing would be. I would love to get to that point, but as of now, I'm just an amateur. I'm just someone who goes out there as a consumer, let's say, or as a customer really of these lodges, and you just film whatever you see. So yeah. For this one though, I did reach out to the sanctuary and I pitched everything, and then yeah. So this one required a little bit of like beforehand negotiating with the sanctuary staff to make it work. Nico, you said I have to go to sleep tomorrow. I have an exam. Good night. Yes. Well, thank you very much, Nico, for being here, and I will. Well, good luck on your exam, and then I'll see you on the next one. BD, you said, yeah, it's just a matter of preference in that manner. Some DPs like anamorphic, some don't. I personally like spherical. It's more naturalistic. Yeah, honestly, I've never shot with the anamorphic. I will say though, I eventually stumbled upon this, like, you know, without knowing, but obviously from seeing everyone else do it. But yeah, I do like this kind of letterbox style. You know, it definitely feels very cinematic when you see this like super wide angle view. But obviously in my case, I'm just shooting spherical and then I'm just chopping off parts of the footage. But I do end up really liking this look and feel. But I don't know the psychology behind it, or why people find this kind of like compressed wide angle look to be more cinematic. There is some level of data loss with an anamorphic. Okay. Oh yeah, because like my understanding is like, does it like compress or recompress, or yeah, like it shoots in a certain thing with the full sensor and then like compresses it somehow, and then I don't know. Listen, we're so new to all this, but yeah. And then, oh yeah, a couple people mentioned to me that if I'm doing this kind of stuff, like when I do the captions here, where was it? Because at some point I shifted the caption off to the left, so I had space for the lower thirds, and they're like, there's at least 2 people who are like, yo, why would you do that? You know, you got to keep the caption always in the center, and then like you can shift the lower third into like a mid third or something, which I didn't even think was a possibility, but it's like, okay, fair enough. So if I were to rework this footage, I would probably follow their lead there.
Everything here is a lesson in balance.
Yeah, so I forget if I was explaining this. I'm going to explain it because it is fun when I'm looking at this again in hindsight. I put a lot of thought into, like, even though this was literally 5 days, I edited all this in 5 days. So I am patting myself in the back a little bit, but it's also a way to be like, yo, if you see something that looks really shitty, just give me a little bit of grace, okay? But in that time, the reason it was like all-nighters for me because I was spending so much time doing all these like granular detail stuff. But one second. BD said, I like things that feel natural. I agree with my primary inspiration, Chivo, in saying that you can't be truly immersed in a film unless it feels natural, not like a portrayal of life. Okay. In other words, a skewed reproduction of the world. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, like I think as far as I don't know, again, the difference between like spherical and anamorphic from like how off-putting it is or like unnatural it might make you feel that the shot is. But in terms of like color grading, I tend to like shooting things to look natural, mainly because I shoot mostly wildlife up till this point. So like having shots that look super weird and like color graded, you know, can take away from the fact that you're filming nature, right? So like nature and natural kind of go together. But for this one, I did kind of push it a bit. So I did a bit more like I was using that dehancer software a bit more. Yeah, we went a little bit with it, crazy with it at times. Charlie, you said that shot of the rock on the beach has some nice halation. Is that using a Pro Mist? Oh yeah, well thank you for asking. I did. You know what? Right before this shoot, I think like a week before, I got access to Dehancer. So someone at Dehancer had reached out to me. Here's a little quick promo for myself. If you don't have Dehancer and you'd like to try it out, feel free to use Yobel Prize as the promo code and you'll get 10% off. And obviously it helps me out. So, but yeah, anyways, they had reached out and they said, hey, would you like to test out our film emulation software? So we had a lot of fun prior to me having to leave for the shoot, where I was testing out Dehancer for like my Mongolia videos that I'm making. And so then I did end up applying Dehancer to a number of the shots, including this whole section here. So yes, like I was playing around with the halation and the bloom effects for this area. So actually, you know what? Let's have some fun. I do want to like break this down a bit. So this part, I didn't use any Dehancer. It was just trying to keep it more natural. One thing was like, I didn't want to use Dehancer or like have that kind of film effect across the entire documentary because practically speaking, I was thinking more from the, if I was Nikon and I'm putting out this footage based on their camera, I figured that they probably want to be able to showcase the like the sharpness and the quality, the resolution, blah, 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 the colors as shot with their camera. So I wanted to keep some aspects of it to be as like clean as possible, and then other areas where it made sense, I used a bit of Dehancer and like other LUTs.
Then we leave room.
Okay, so you know what? So I want to share a little bit of the behind the scenes of like how I made some of this, or like my thought process. So this one's a bit obvious, right? Because I want to start. Well, one, Jane Goodall. It made sense to have a quote here from Jane Goodall because she's like one of the main. She's like the grandmother or whatever of like chimpanzees. So you know the whole chimpanzee world. Jane Goodall is like one of the key names because she did so much research and like did a lot to promote the survivability. Like she did a lot for like chimpanzees and like all that kind of stuff. And I think Jane Goodall Institute or something is like part of the sanctuary. But then here,
when a chimp approaches,
this was a bit obvious, right? Because I when I had the line where he says, when a chimp approaches you, I figured I'm going to line it up with the shot when the chimp is literally walking towards the camera. So hence approaching you. And so we had all this dialogue to kind of fit with that. And then here, oh yeah, in terms of the title, I did do this thing where I wanted it to feel like if the title is Island of Second Chances, one, I looked for a font, like this kind of font that's looked like a bit rough on the edges. So, kind of dirty and whatever. And then I decided to make the term second chances look very grayed out. So it looked like it's almost dead. And then, the light flickers on. So we're giving it a second chance, if you will. So yeah, we were being cheesy with it. But yeah, so that was why we did that.
first, then we leave room. On this island.
And then here, so I took the shot of the bird balancing on this anchor. And so I thought this was like, as I took the shot, then I was like, you know what? I need a line from the doctor talking about balance. So then that's where we worked out this line about, we practice balance, blah, blah, blah. Because then as he says balance, then I could actually show a shot of a wild animal trying to balance on some man-made objects in nature. So we're getting that nice mix of the three elements of my story, which is nature, the wild, and humans. So man-made, wild animal, nature.
We practice balance so the world can keep its footing.
So then all of this was with Dehancer. So, but To Charlie. Yeah, so like this whole section that you're about to see was all using dehancer. So you'll, and I didn't use any of the noisy stuff of like the film emulation. It was more just to get like that halation and the bloom effect. So feeling a little bit like dreamier. BD said, on another note, I saw Chivo. Who is Chivo? I'm not familiar with any of this world. I saw Chivo at this event the other day, and I wanted to go up to him so badly, but I really got starstruck. I really have never felt that way with anybody, but for some reason, I did with him. Interesting. If you can explain who is this Chivo character. BC, what has happened? Did you lose all of your points? Oh my god. You know, the mighty has fallen. Yes, it can happen to anyone. Keep that in mind. Anytime your ego builds up, just remember this moment. I'll have that moment for myself as well. Yeah, so this was all shot with the dehancer mode. And again, this is also, as I had that line about balance, so then the rest of the shots you see in this montage was trying to mimic a concept of balance.
Its footing. Everything here is a lesson in balance.
So yeah, man, it's kind of fun. I like doing this kind of frame by frame. The other thing I didn't mention was, as I did a little bit of a focus pull here, as we go from the bird to the
So the
boats,
world can keep its footing.
it's not as visible, but the wording here, it says Chimpanzee Trust, which is the short form for the actual the institute or the entity that runs the sanctuary. So then as we focus pull into the Chimpanzee Trust, I figured perfect time to then put in this quick context of, you know, Chimpanzee Trust at the Ngamba Island.
Everything here is a lesson in balance.
Same thing here. I wanted to, like, you know, everything from this moment is about balance. So balancing between the animal and like humans, that kind of vibes. This one literally balancing in the air as it's like hovering. And then here it's like ebbing and flowing. So it's more just like showing the water, the tide coming up and then going down. So then here receding, different animals. Yeah. And then the other one here was just, it wasn't really about balance, but it was balance in the sense that you saw this monitor lizard biting. And then right after that, I just showed this bird biting. So it was just trying to balance out with the prior shot with another shot that was about some kind of snapping motion, not about like thematic balance. Saronis, he said, Emmanuel Lubezki is Chivo. He's a cinematographer. He's known for using natural light and long continuous shots. Ooh. Like what's that movie with Clive Owen? Come on, what is it? Where they did that super long continuous shot. Clive Owen movie, long continuous shot. Children of Men. Yeah, Children of Men. That was like, yeah, I think that was one of the first examples I saw where they're like, I was told like, oh yeah, this was all shot as a single shot from like this point all the way to the end was like a single sequence. I'm like, yo, that's insane. And I know that movie, was it 1917 or something, did the same thing? Or wait, did it? Okay, I might be mixing things up. What's the one that just won a bunch of awards? Adolescence or something? That was like a whole thing, right? Okay, let's look up this guy, Chivo. Chivo is one of the most amazing DPs to ever exist in the world and one of the people who inspired me to pursue filmmaking. Ooh, interesting. Okay, let me see how to spell his name here. Oops, wrong one. Emmanuel Lubezki Chivo. I feel like I've seen his face somewhere before. Who is the best cinematographer in the world? Wow, so his name comes up for that. That's crazy. Oh, he did The Tree of Life and The Revenant. Oh wait, he did Children of Men. Oh, interesting. Okay. Wait, is that true? Or is this like not related? Okay, let's just look at his IMDb. Where is his... Okay, so yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, so he was the cinematographer for Children of Men. And Gravity. I haven't seen Birdman, but I've heard it's really good. Revenant, I love that. Yo, that's so cool. Okay. Damn, he's got 148 wins, 85 nominations. Wait, how? Oh, he has like collective wins maybe? Wow, that's so cool. Okay. Yeah, because I was thinking, like, when you mentioned that long sequential shot, like the first thing that came to mind was this movie. I was like, oh yeah, Children of Men. That was like such an epic thing that he did. So honestly, great captures. Oh, thank you very much, Cyronius. Always with the zooms though. Yes. You know what? I told you from the beginning. I was like, look, I am a zoomer. Okay, not in age, but in how I shoot. I love zooming. Children of Men, and you know what? I did do some selective zooming though. So for here, I was zooming in as you're seeing the tide come in, and then I zoomed out as we see the tide receding. Okay, so I don't just zoom in, Cyronius. I zoom out. Okay, life is about balance. What did he say? What did Dr. Racunda say?
Everything here is a lesson in balance.
See, zoom in and zoom out. Zoom in, zoom out. Okay, anyways. But thank you very much, Cyronius. I appreciate that. Children of Men was shot by Chivo. Yeah, so I'm sorry, I'm slow on the chat, but I'm making the connection now. That's pretty cool. Also, how did you find this institute? As I was saying earlier, I'm looking into wildlife and getting into it. For me, I just seem to think of a country and animal I would like to film. I met the former executive director of the chimpanzee island on a gorilla trek. And she's like, you know, she's really high up with like senior president, like advisor to blah, blah, blah for like Ministry of Tourism. So I just got very, very fortunate happenstance that she was on the same gorilla trek as me. So then we exchanged information, and I reached out to her about like, you know, because she had told me about this island. And so then she put me in touch with the current executive director. And then, yeah, we were able to figure this out. Sometimes all you got to do is send an email, though. That's one thing I realized. Just shoot your shot, as they say. And how do I go about finding local companies or people to work with? Sometimes it's also just looking at Instagram, seeing like, sometimes you'll see like companies or travel agencies or lodges. And if sometimes you just pitch to them and be like, hey, I'm a photographer, I want to film this thing. And sometimes they might let you stay for free if you, you know, create some content for them. Other times they'll just give you access, but you still have to pay and all that. Yobel Cyronius says, Yobel needs to work on his chat intake skills. No, it's not about the chat intake skills. I just need to work on brevity. Brevity will be my biggest nemesis, okay? So I just need to learn how to talk less. But I mean, listen, you're here to hear me talk, right? That's why we stream. BD said, I'm also Mexican as well. So that is someone that I'm really proud of that represents our excellence. Oh, okay. Wait, if you're Mexican, so then is the word BD, am I mispronouncing it? Because I know with like Spanish, like the syllable, everything has like a pronunciation, right? So is it Beati? Wait, did I do it right? Beati. We're gonna call you Beati. Is that the right way to pronounce it? But yeah, okay, I see. So this guy is from Mexico as well. Oh yeah, I think I read that somewhere. Children of Men, Gravity. I need to go watch Birdman now. Actually, you know, I need to rewatch these films. No. I need to see if I can get access to these films when they do the behind the scenes. Because I pay more attention to that now, and I find it so exciting when you can see like the behind the scenes of how did they shoot this movie. Like I was just watching the behind the scenes of how they shot, what's the Tom Cruise movie? Edge of Tomorrow. And that was insane. Like the set that they created and like the physical exoskeletons that they were using and like the visual effects, but then also the physical everything. I was like, wow, that was like so intense. Like, can you imagine? I would love to be on that set, right? Well, I am Mexican American amongst other things, so no. You were pronouncing it right the first time. Lemeo. Beati. But that is technically the right way to say it, right? BT. We'll call you BT. Yes, we'll go back. But yeah, so all of this, Charlie, is the halation bloom. I just went a little nuts with it, but I figured this is like a nice... The music was also kind of dreamy because you have like these plucking sounds. So as I'm mentioning, like, hey, everything here is a lesson in balance. And then the music also got a bit softer here. So I just wanted the sequence where you don't really hear much in sound effects. It's just kind of like a dream state of some of these shots that are mixing in about everything about this island. So I wanted to all have the same look and feel with the halation and stuff.
My name is Dr. Joshua Rukundo. I am a wildlife...
And then here, I did watch a bunch of short films and documentaries prior to the shoot. You know, again, short time to consume as much knowledge. I didn't necessarily see anyone do this, so I didn't know if I was breaking the rules by doing this kind of like a overlay transition as I jump into like the guy who's being interviewed. But I kind of liked it, so I stuck with it. I was like, you know what, it's fine if we break a bit of rules here and there. Okay, what else? Oh yeah, and then here I also use dehancer again. So then this is all like the normal shots, whatever.
Captive care for those that cannot survive in the wild. We currently have 55 chimpanzees.
So then here I went
Our
with a bit
island
more
is a
like
100
filmy
acre
kind of look.
Island, about 95, maybe 96% of which is cordoned off to give them their own space. And that space from the beginning was forested, but of course the forest has grown richer. Typically, the chimps spend the entire day in the forest.
But I did make sure to find a sound effect from like a Nikon camera. So yeah, Cyronis, I think you gave me the other sound effect as well. But this one was like a softer one. I didn't want something too clicky. This was like a very, very soft thing. And then here I switched back to like the normal.
The chimps spend the entire day in the forest.
Here, if I had to criticize a little bit, I think I needed to, if I had more time, I think the color grading was slightly off between these two shots. So here it's like a little bit richer in colors and like saturation, and then here it kind of got a little bit lighter. So if I could have seen this in advance, if I caught it before, I would have made the change. So it slightly looks different from the previous shot. Slightly, but I mean, I don't know. The shutter click, yes.
In the night, we have a place where they sleep, they spend the night. We call it the holy passage or sleeping area.
Same thing here. I put the text off to the left, which did bother a couple people in the chat
And
before.
the only reason we actually have them come in the evening is that this group would probably need about 100 square miles of forest for them to be able to forage food all year round. So we now supplement that with the nutrition that we give them. But their choice to come back is voluntary.
Oh yeah, here it was kind of a lame attempt in my opinion, but like this is the best I could find where I did see this moment, I just didn't film it properly. Again, give me some grace, 3 days. But I thought like it'd be cool if I can use the statue of the chimp and if I can map it to any shots that I had of the chimp, like an actual live chimp with the hand out, like stretched out. And so this was as close as I could find to like where it looks somewhat similar. If I can do a pickup shot, which is the new word that we learned, thank you very much, Beatty. If I could, as a quote-unquote director, I would do a pickup shot where I'd go back to the island to reshoot or try to get the perfect shot where I can get the hand outstretched that matches with the statue, or reshoot the statue of the chimp at a different angle to map to whatever shots I already had. That's probably the easier one, hopefully, but like, yeah.
Their choice to come
So maybe I would have filmed this chimp at a slightly different angle to match with the length of the arm and the angle and all that.
back is voluntary. Our founders were looking for a place where, one, there would be enough space. We didn't want to have a situation where it's like in a zoo and they're in a cramped enclosure. They have the freedom.
I did map this shot as I'm talking about space. So I figured, one, this is a kind of a fun shot because you're seeing this baby chimp be absolutely ridiculous and insane. Doing that many rolls backwards, like, come on. So I left the whole shot in there, but I figured that was a nice representation of the dialogue where the doctor's talking about this, the founders didn't want a place that felt like a zoo, that's like cramped, like allowing for freedom to move around as you please with nature. And here you are saying this baby chimp do exactly that.
To be able to move as freely as they want and interact with the environment directly. Two, there would be natural boundaries.
Here, natural boundaries, I was just showing the literal fact that this is an island, so you're blocked by the water.
Barriers, so there is no interaction with humans. And the island turned out to be a solution that captured all these facets.
Then here, I think I removed some of the stems from the soundtrack. And so then it started feeling a little bit dramatic. So then all of a sudden, Charlie said, it's a nice idea. Thank you very much, Cyronius. And Charlie said, all right, I'm going to have to go. Nice watching the stream. I'll pop back in whenever possible. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for joining. Thanks for your contribution and keeping things engaged. So appreciate it. And I'll see you in the next one. Chimp going ape Shiat. Yes, a baby chimp. go on baby chimp ship. So here the soundtrack, you'll hear like it starts to some of the positive, what would you call it? Like the more positive notes drops off, and now you're left with just like that kind of like minor key string noise, and there's a noticeable gap, right? Because you're getting used to hearing all these instruments, and all of a sudden it drops to like a couple instruments only. So then I figured that was a nice moment as the mood is shifting. That's where I'm going to start talking about the more somber or like the darker tones to the story, which is like the story of the rescued chimps, like the plight of the chimps, how they ended up here. But then I also mapped it to the tunnel shots, which are super dramatic, but it's a tunnel, right? So it kind of gives a bit more darker vibe to it because it feels like you're in a cage. So I figured I wanted to show the shot, but I wanted to show it in the context of like when we're talking about something a bit more dramatic. So yeah, I think let's see here.
With humans, and the island turned out to be a solution that captured all these facets. Many of the chimps that we have here have been rescued from very traumatic experiences. In the beginning, the biggest challenge was the pet trade.
And then here was like the most ridiculous example of the halation and the bloom. So again, I'm sure like proper filmmakers or like whatever people seasoned would look at this and be like, yo, what is this guy smoking? Like why did he go to this extent to like add in that kind of filmy halating whatever bloomy look? Listen, you know what, I was just having fun with it. It's such a dramatic shot, so I wanted to just like, you know, add something to add to it. And the flare was just obviously there's a lot of bloominess on the face and the eye.
The challenges have been evolving since then. The human population is going up. The habitat for the chimpanzees is shrinking rapidly. In Uganda, we lose about 20 to 25,000 hectares of natural forest every year. By the time I joined, the number of chimpanzees was going down at an alarming rate. There was a very, very big fear that within 20 years.
Here I did notice a mistake I made because you'll see like for like a single frame or two, the colors shift.
Not have.
So like here you got like this kind of pinkish look.
They would move from being
or like this look
to extinct.
And then right there, like it shifts for a few frames into like a more pinkish look. So I was like, oof, okay.
As humans, we protect what we love.
Okay, let's oh, and then here and then I added some soundtrack.
But we only love what we know.
Just like a very subtle
and
like
that's what
percussion
plays a big role in, is to try and create awareness
right here
about the chimpanzee.
So then it's like a little like almost like a timer starts clicking. So because this is a very drawn out scene, and I was like quite aware of the fact that like obviously the guy's dialogue is helping to, you know, keep the energy going. So you're still paying attention, hopefully. And then this is so dramatic, so hopefully people are just watching just to see it. But, you know, at this point especially, there's no motion, so you're kind of just like watching this in like kind of empty space almost. So then I started playing that kind of percussion sound roughly in the middle of this, so that hopefully it'll pique the ears of the viewer to be like, oh, something's changing, right? So
awareness about the chimpanzee.
And it was like I put it after where I say the word awareness, so it's like you're becoming aware of this new sound kicking in. So yeah, sometimes I go a little bit autistic with it, maybe, or like a little bit too much. But
one of the very first encounters, I think, in the first couple of weeks that I was here, it was one of the cases of the chimps that had a very bad injury to its hand, Billy, and I had to do a surgery on it. Billy is a gentle soul, but we have that connection because for me it was my first surgery, so to speak, on a chimpanzee, and it required an amputation of her thumb.
And then here, I didn't want to add much more to the soundtrack. So if you are listening even with headphones, it's like super quiet, and there's like almost no tones or anything. It's just like the percussion sound. And to me, I thought because it's slightly suspenseful, and as Billy the chimp is like, you know, literally gently, you know, eating off of Dr. Rakundo's hand, there's a feeling I was hoping for, or not hoping, it's just like a thought that I had was like, maybe for an average person like myself, when you're watching this, you might feel a little bit of like concern or like fear for the doctor, as like, yo, you know, you got this wild chimp, it might like bite your hand, right? So then I wanted the soundtrack to drop off so it's a bit more suspenseful with just like that ticking sound. But then obviously you're being reassured by the fact that the doctor is talking about how, you know, Billy's a gentle soul and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
On it. Billy is a gentle soul, but we have that connection because for me it was my first surgery, so to speak, on a chimpanzee, and it required an amputation of her thumb, but it was necessary and it saved the hand. You know, when you look deep into their eyes and you get this sense of knowing.
Okay, I think that's all I have to share, really. These ones are a bit obvious because then it's like, you know, when you look into their eyes, so then I was trying to get some shots of close-ups of their eyes, okay? So a bit straightforward. And then ending with like shots of the caregivers. I wish if I could, I still will do this. I want to make like an extended version, like a 10 to 15 minute or even longer version of the documentary. Or again, using the BD term that we learned, if I need to do some pickup shots, going back to the island would be nice, and like interviewing some more and like making this an even more robust documentary. But yeah, I wanted to spend more time about the caregivers. I just couldn't fit it into the 5-minute restriction that I had. And so I figured as the mood changes to something more positive, I'll do a whole montage, and like this will be the section where I can shout out the caregivers and like their roles and like the hopefulness. So I wanted to end the documentary on a hopeful note. And so the hopeful note, we've been talking about how dramatic these are rescue chimps, and obviously a lot of the problems that they face is coming from humans. So then I wanted to end with like the hope is also coming from humans. So again, back to that theme about balance, and here are these humans who are looking out for the chimpanzees and hopefully trying to bring a bit more balance there. His collar is going wild. His collar. Oh wait, I didn't even notice. Yeah, you're right. I totally didn't even notice that. We'll blame it on the chimps. So yeah, then we have like the hopeful shots.
To be their advocates, to be their promoters, to be their protectors. Because as humans, we take claim over every space on the earth. We claim it as ours, and the animals have no one to speak for them. So it is up to us, people that love the animals.
And Cyronius, I'll have you know, this was not a digital zoom. I did just walk towards her. So this was a physical zooming in, okay? Some of these that was digital. This was just moving forward. Yeah, sometimes we actually do physically zoom in.
To speak for them. So it is up to us, people that love the animals, to speak for their behalf.
The rescue chimps to remember how to be human.
And this was like probably the most one of the exaggerated examples of when I was using that halation and the bloom effects.
Number Island is a second chance that makes the first one possible. We cannot change their past. We can change what comes next.
Okay, so that does make me realize I have a bunch of these clips I have to make sure are included in our product review. Okay. Anyways, so that's like the behind the scenes of how we made this. I need to look into this guy a bit more. Wait, why do people call him, what was it? Chivo? Emmanuel Lubezki. Why do people call Emmanuel Lubezki Chivo? El Chivo, because it's a traditional Mexican nickname, and Chivo in Spanish means goat. Oh, okay, the goat. Damn. So the fact that people will literally call him goat in that industry, or just in general, I guess. Damn. Okay. Greatest of all time. Yeah, I know that part. Chivo. Interesting. Okay. We're learning. So when I see all the zooming, my brain wants a shot that's stable to arrive. That's my bigger issue with too much zooming. I mean, yeah, obviously it's a good point. Very, very good points. We did reduce some of that zooming in the prior thing that we made, thanks to you. So listen, I do accept feedback, and then I do my best to actually follow through with it. This one I didn't go too crazy with the zooms. It was just a few moments here and there that I figured to do it consistently. Okay, I wanted to listen to the rest of this. Where were we? Okay, so far I think there is one of these songs that I think has the best chance for the opening trailer. I like all of them so far though, so I feel like I'm going to use all of them. Okay, so this is the one that's a bit softer in terms of the focus here. At least in the key area. Still dramatic though, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, the more I think about it, I'm still like 50-50 right now if I should try to hand this off to a YouTube editor or if I should do this myself. Part of me is like, man, I just want to do it myself because like, and this might be something I need to let go of, like that feeling that, you know, but what if the editor doesn't know the shots that I want to use? And this is where I guess the big trust fall has to happen. And this is where it's like I'm trying to figure out how can I find a YouTube editor that I just like feel like I can trust, understands the kind of the creative direction that I tend to prefer, or like the style, or has a creative style that I can learn from or like just find super fascinating. But yeah. I do feel like this is probably a good project where if I find an editor who can do a good job with this product review, that technically means that this is someone I would want to work with long term, because that's the kind of work that is a gap for me in terms of like my skill set, and also will help me just pump out a lot more videos faster. I guess alternatively, I could reach out to an editor to help me with some portion of the footage or like some portion of the project, and I do the other portion. So yeah, we can work together. But I mean, I'm speaking a little bit out of turn because it's not like I need to spend some time and just like look through all the applicants and see if anything sticks. Oh, there it is. Okay, so we do have that footage. Oh, okay, we're getting to some of the ones I really need to play with. Let's just jump to one of these, maybe. I like this song as well. It's a bit too soft throughout, though, for like the opening trailer, I think. I will say, like, shooting with this red makes me very curious now. If there's one other benefit, I don't know if I necessarily talk about this in the product review or not, like, really well. I think one of the cool things about shooting with this camera is that if there's like an indirect benefit, it's the fact that it's like fun to shoot with without feeling intimidating or overwhelming. So if you assume that this camera is targeting prosumers or amateurs like myself or aspiring filmmakers or people who do mostly photography and wants to learn video, but then it just feels very daunting to like see what professionals use and all the crazy rigs and all that. So assuming the market for this camera is meant for someone like me who shoots light, wants to do more film, but doesn't know how to jump into like the full deep end of like professional stuff. Okay. So with all of that said, I feel like it just felt really fun to shoot with this, and it felt fun to learn with it. So like even here being like, okay, I shot with this camera, it's at a lower budget in terms of cinema stuff, but I'm shooting at this like 12-bit color depth in the red codec. And hopefully as you're playing with it, you'll be like, yo, I really like the colors here. I really like the quality, the resolution, blah, blah, blah. And then it piques the interest of like, okay, so they made this user friendly to be able to play in this codec and like see the colors and all that kind of stuff. What does a $5,000 cinema camera provide to you? And they wait, what is that 16-bit that was it Charlie or someone else in the chat was talking about in the Komodo, whatever? It's like, what does a 16-bit camera give you? Or what is that the whatever feature? Oh, like, I'm hearing words now as I'm learning. Like, what is this open gate concept? Or like, what is that anamorphic lens? Or like, I don't know. To me, this camera feels like such a good gateway to, picking up more and wanting to pick up more knowledge about like filmmaking, because it made it so accessible in such a compact camera body without needing like all the crazy accessories that people might think is needed to make like a pro cinema film stuff. So yeah, like I just look at the quality here. I'm just like, I love it. So damn, it's like, okay, this is all within $2,200, and you don't need, technically, I mean, I think at times I was using the shotgun mic, but really this was literally just using the camera body and, like obviously having a nice lens, but then, that's something most photographers are used to. So it's like, okay, I have some nice lenses. I just don't have a film camera or like a cinema camera. It's like, okay, cool. $2,200 for that cinema camera. You don't need any of the crazy other riggings, and you end up with something that looks really, really nice. And then you're like, oh, should I get some other stuff then? Okay, so this camera is still like considered somewhat of an entryway, and like it has some really cool features, but then like, oh, the Sony FX3 or the C50 or some other new cameras that come out, they have these things. It's like, holy shit. Or even like the other Red cameras have this thing. And it's like, okay, now that I've got my foot in the door, it's like now making me curious to keep learning. So I think, I don't know how, there's probably a way I could have stated that concisely in the product review, but it is one of those kind of like intangible benefits, or the indirect benefits I think that this camera will have in the market. So let me break out of this real quick. Whoops. And let's just jump back into listening to this. Cyronius, you said more dynamic range, no flickering LEDs, no fast motion smearing. Oh, what are these words? Oh, wait. Hold on a second. Are you saying that with those more expensive or like the more professional cinema cameras, they literally know how to remove the flickering effect from like the lights? Because that is one thing I find quite annoying. I feel like that's like for every amateur videographer, you eventually end up getting your first time shooting something and you didn't realize it was flickering. It's like, oh no, what do I do? And then you have to try to see if like your software has some way to deflicker. But okay, so you're saying like with the more pro cameras, they literally have ways to compensate or remove the flickering. But what do you mean, like removing it in the sense that you're able to like more accurately, kind of like in with the Z cameras that I have, you can pick at like the the decimal level of like your shutter speed. Bigger sensor for low light performance, obviously much higher resolution. Yeah, because this one's a 24.5 megapixel. Although I saw some videos that were kind of breaking down that even with like the higher resolution, so if you're like filming with a 50 megapixel or something like that, it doesn't necessarily always mean better quality, or like things might look overly sharp or like not necessarily cinematic where you need some level of like blur or softness or something. I'm not sure. It's just one other, there's like a caveat that I read, because in my mind I was like, oh, okay, like isn't higher megapixel always better? But there's like at least one voice that I watched where it like had a differing opinion. You can do it on the Z8. Yeah. So I think I understand what you're saying with the Z8. Like, so where you can adjust the shutter speed, the shutter angle. That was such a cool feature. This is the first time I ever shot with the camera where I could do the shutter angle, and it really saved time for me. So I do make a point. It's a very minor point, but I do have it in my product review where I talk about that whole concept of the shutter angle, and how that definitely is a game changer. It kind of is a game changer for me. I didn't even know it existed, and thankfully someone who, like a fellow person who's shooting with it, he explained it to me prior to my going on the trip. But yeah, like it, because on any number of my travels, I end up shooting at every frame rate possible. So I literally will collect all of the frame rates. And one of the most annoying things is that, one, usually when I'm shooting with the Z9 or 6.3, you only have access to maybe like 4 custom banks, like shooting banks. So then I can set up for like 4 different shot options. Let's say I have one bank set up for 4K 120 frames per second for wildlife. I might have another one set up for 6K, 60 frames for wildlife. Maybe a third one for 4K 120, but for bird subject detection. And then I might want a fourth one that's more for like photography related things, whatever. I don't know. But like sticking to video, maybe it's like, okay, a fourth one for human detection at 4K 30 frames per second, for like my every day in the life shots of like locals coming by and stuff. And then I want another one for when I go into selfie mode. So it's going to be full autofocus. So when I'm filming myself, and with different microphone levels, all that kind of stuff. Anyways, every single one where I'm in different frame rates, different qualities and all that. And so then every time I'm switching from 60 frames to 30 frames to 120 to 240 now, it's so annoying that one of the extra steps I have to do if it's not in the custom banks is I have to switch the shutter speed, and sometimes I accidentally hit the wrong shutter speed, or I change it accidentally, or whatever, you forget. And then you not necessarily ruin the shot, but you potentially could ruin it, right? So the fact that I can just set it and forget it, oh my God, game changing. If you shoot 8K and downsample, you get a higher quality image. True, yeah. With this one, it's 6K 60 frames. With the Z9, I can shoot 8K 30 frames, possibly 8K 60. I could be wrong. And that actually turned out really nice for wildlife, because obviously now I can crop in whatever, like 2x or whatever, and still end up with a really high resolution footage. So it kind of like ends up allowing me to compensate for maybe not having the telephoto lens of choice. So absolutely, that is really good for wildlife. Otherwise, yeah, 8K is a little bit crazy, but yeah, all of what you're saying makes sense. But yeah, this camera also it's beautiful. To me, it's like, yo, this camera, it looks and feels really nice. Okay, soundtrack, I like it as well, but probably not the one for the opening trailer. Hello, Kristen. Welcome back. I think I did a short stream yesterday. I don't remember if you were there, but not that you're. I'm not demanding that you're on all the streams. Wait, I think you were actually. No, I apologize. Anyways, welcome back. We've been having a pretty decent stream so far. It's almost 11 p.m. I think I started. Was it? I want to guess like 5 hours. Yeah, about 5 hours ago. Yeah, it's been a very fun stream. Cyronis, you're asking how did you like the screen on the camera? Yo, it is one of the... I say it in my product review, but I definitely feel like this screen is going to be... it's going to set a precedent, for sure. Like, I don't know how you can... If you're a Sony, Canon, whatever, and now that you see that, you know, this is out there, unless, like, somehow there's a lot of reviews and people just don't like the minimalism of, like, the physical buttons, which I don't like, for sure. Like, I like having more buttons, but I think it's a matter of just getting used to it. Yeah, like, how do you go back? How do you not make this the new baseline that you need to have a 4-inch monitor? Like, even like Atomos and like all the external monitors, now they're gonna have to be like sweating a bit and be like, oh, do we need to offer like a 6-inch screen or something as like the new baseline? Because how do we justify? Obviously, there's like more reasons to have the monitor than just like the screen size, but yeah, like having, and the thing is like, I think, not that I have much experience with any of the other brands, but I think one of the things I had read and seen was that with like, let's say the Sony or the Canon or the ones that are cinema cameras with a 3-inch display, there's a large bezel to the actual display. So it's not a true 3-inch, or there's a lot of things that end up making it even less than 3. Whereas with this one, I do feel like they did a really good job of having a very, very super, super thin bezel. And so you really are getting like a massive screen, and it did work out quite well for when I was shooting. There's a few things I think like the focus peaking wasn't working properly. So hopefully that's something they can make sure to include. So then it just makes it a little bit easier. Let me see if I can find the proper footage of what I'm talking about, of just like when it's opened up. Kristen, that's a ZR? Yes, this is the ZR. I had access to it last night and this early morning, so they allowed me to take it back just to finish up my product review and, like, you know, film some of it. And it's a beautiful camera for sure. Let me see if I can find the example that I was talking about though. Yeah, let's see. Could this work? And the microphone was also really good. There's a new 3.1 firmware for the Z8. Ooh, okay. What's it for? I don't have the Z8 though. I have my Z9 and a 6.3. I didn't like the battery compartment, yeah, so I don't like that the memory card is placed next to the battery compartment. It's like in the same, yeah, the same compartment. So then I imagine sometimes it could be an issue if you are like, if your camera's on a tripod and you need to quickly swap out memory cards, it can be somewhat blocked potentially. Also, it might overheat a bit faster because it's next to the battery. And then it's got that, it's only a single CF Express Type B card slot, and then you've got a micro SD slot. And to get, if you use a micro SD, I feel like you have to take the battery out to be able to get the micro SD out, just because of the placement of it. So I think those are some of those clear sacrifices they made in order to make this so compact. But yeah, those are things that, you know, I'll live with, but I'm not like the biggest fan of. What else? Sosa Ribeiro. Oh my god, I don't know how to say it. Astro Theme. Hello, Sosa. I don't know what Astro Theme is about or what that's referring to. But welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. Kristen, you say, I see that Nala got the bed today. Oh, is she there? Okay. Man, these guys didn't show up to work today. All day. They've just been gone. So, good to see. Good to see you're there. Look at her, just grooming, eating and grooming. What a life. Cyrone said more lens compatibility. Why can't I say that word? Compatibility fixes, and some fixes with the focus shift, pixel shift stuff. Okay. You know, I've never played around with the focus shift or the pixel shift features, so probably doesn't apply to me too much. BRB, anytime. All right, Nala is chilling, so let's go back to what we're doing here. Oh yeah, I wanted to quickly see if I can show the shot of the screen. So let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Boom. Ooh, I like this song as well. Man, why are all the songs so good? I don't know again if this one could work for our upcoming video. I mean, it has a nice little ending there, or a little pause. Okay, maybe. Cyrone says some Nikon cinema lenses are in the works too, it seems. I would love for that. I would assume. I mean, that's like a healthy, or not healthy, that's a logical conclusion that, you know, why pump out this new camera if you're not going to pump out some new lenses to go with it. So, fingers crossed. Okay, so Cyronius, I'm going to somewhat eat my own words here for a little bit. But only halfway. Because if you look at this shot here, you can see like literally the bezeling is like pretty tiny. It's like very thin. So almost all of that 4-inch display is an actual monitor, right? Like an actual display screen. However, when I'm looking at some of the other footages that I shot with it, so again, while all of this is technically a display, in terms of what I ended up using when I'm looking at like, you know, so you can see like, you know, you're able to adjust. So it's not just that area there, but can I go to like shooting mode? Yeah, so when I was shooting though, it's not using like the entire screen, which I guess kind of makes sense because I'm shooting in like I think it's a 16 by 10. I believe, I could be wrong. I think it's like a 16 by 10 is the visual display. But yeah, it is not actually using the entirety of the screen there. But still, I mean, to have that 4-inch display, and personally, at least in my short time using it, I didn't really have ever any issues with not being able to see what I'm doing. And also, there's a cool feature, which is that the power zoom rocker, it actually works really well for just like even without the power zoom lenses. I did test it with the power zoom lens, and it worked really well, by the way. But the other thing was like even just with the prime lenses, the ability to just kind of quickly use that zoom rocker to punch in and out of your shots was really nice, because that the zoom in and out was also very, very subtle and like less shaky. So like my hand's already there, and when I'm hand holding it, the fact that I could just like do that subtle motion, like without having to worry about like having to use my thumb to push in on with a joystick or one of the other shortcut buttons, actually worked really well. So I was able to punch in quickly to see if something is out of focus or not, and continue filming. So that was nice. But yes, I am excited to see what other lenses that they start to pump out for sure. Okay, I like the song a lot, but I need something with a bit more emotion and changes in mood. This one might be it just by looking at the waveform here, but microphone on our new NZ perfectly. I have the mic set to 11 right now, so yeah, we'll see. I'm not seeing my voice peak at all. Now this is supposed to have the 30. Was the selfie mode. Same thing, let me switch over to the all mode. So now this is all mode, pure mode. The all pure mode, let's just say. So you guys tell me, and we'll see later obviously how the sound is. If you see me looking around a lot, it's because I keep getting bit by bugs, or we have these like lake flies around here, so I have a battle for my life right now. Last thing, let's go switch this to the rear. So now in this rear mode, maybe you might not be able to hear me too well, I'm not sure. Man, I need to get back into shape. The fact that I'm hearing myself heavy breathing after just this is like the most casual of strolls up like a minor hill. And now we were in focus. Let's go ahead and choose pure. So there's like two kind of switches you can play around with. So one of the options you can switch between is focus and pure.
All of this so far was on focus mode. Now we are on pure mode. Same thing, let me switch over to the all mode. So now this is all mode, pure mode. The all pure mode, let's just say. Actually record, which is kind of nice. Alright, so the thing I wanted to test though is right now, this is in front mode, focus mode on the shotgun mic. I'm going to switch this now to the all mode. So now it's on all, so I don't know if that means it should be capturing a bit more ambient sound besides just whatever's in front of the camera. So you guys be the judge if the sound quality has changed at all. And then we're going to do one final thing. Let's go over to this rear mode. So now it should be picking up on the rear side if my logic, if my deduction skills are anything. But since we haven't...
Ooh, okay. This is the kind of change in music I'm looking for. Okay, hold on. Let's pay attention real quick. So it has to be quieter, blah, blah, blah. Imagine I'm talking. And I might have to like clip this out, or maybe we chop it up, use something from the beginning when it's a bit softer. Let's see here. Or I guess maybe it does quiet down here. So let's see. So 220. Oh, okay. This might be it. I think this is the one. This has to be the trailer, I think. And now I just gotta see how long this portion is to see if it maps. Yo, this is it. This is the one. And we can even cut out some portions if it's too long. But it's got a nice, it dies off nicely. Yo. Okay, let's look at the timing of it real quick. So it's at 2:45. Okay. I can visualize it too. I see like, unfortunately for Cyronius, I see a lot of zooming in effects right now with the shots. So we can cut it roughly here. So I think this one is a little too long if I'm trying to keep it at roughly 30 seconds. But if we need to extend it, it's good too. Like the soundtrack is beautiful, but we're also not trying to give away the whole game, right? Like I'm not trying to show all of the best footages because obviously I want people to watch the documentary as well. It's clearly a different vibe, and obviously there's like a story as opposed to just a montage. But yeah, just some things to think about. But yeah, I think like timing wise, so this is roughly a 2:45. So if we wanted a roughly 30 seconds of montage, we're already 15 seconds past. So I think what we could do is maybe do like a 40-ish second montage and then maybe cut out some portion from this so it ends a bit sooner. But yeah. Or actually, no, even here, technically it does drop off here. So then we can remove some of the extra beats that kick in to just have a subtle, just like drop all the way. So good. This is the one. We found it. Yo, we had a breakthrough, as it says. Okay, then the other thought is maybe do we clip from one section to the next? So like what's another potential nice beginning part? Because here you got to imagine like we're just going to have some kind of running beat as you hear my voice in the beginning. As I say something to the effect of like, hello, howdy.
I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer.
Oh,
I'm a
you're
wildlife
not?
and travel enthusiast who got
Oh.
into photography, started making short-form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging.
Good for
and
you,
now
man.
I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
And then like, so I mean, it kind of works. It kind of works. And then if we blend it in with like this part. Actually, you know what? I should just download. Okay, what am I doing? I should just download it and then. Okay, but it's okay. I'm being lazy here, and it's right in front of me. So let's just try to do this manually. I guess we could just do this by looking at the time, right? Where'd it go? So it's at 2:43 or 2:45. So let's go at 2:30. 2:30. So Oh my god, how can I do the math here? So right now this is at 39 seconds and 2:45 to 2:30. Okay, so we need to drop this by 15 seconds, right? So that's what? 24. Let's start at 24. Okay, roughly. Okay. And then let's just shrink this guy so both are accessible. And I'm going to try to hit play on both almost simultaneously. Okay, so we'll go, I'll hit space and then click space.
With pro cinema features, can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you. I have to admit something.
Yeah, that kind of works, right? I think that kind of works. Okay. I'm having a bit of fun here. So let's see. Look, can we start earlier? So 39 seconds. And where does it end? 39 seconds. Okay, let's clip it from here. Do 37 seconds. So I need to, okay, I can't do quick math. 2:45 minus, wait, can I do this math? You know what, I need to test my brain a bit. This is 37 seconds long. The beat drop, essentially, or the mood change happens at 2:45. So then what is 45 minus 37? That is 8, right? So that means I have to start this thing at 2:08. Is that right? 2:08 plus 37 should be 2:45. Yes. Okay. So let's start this at 2:08. No. Yeah, 2:08. Okay. And then let's get this ready. I'll hit same as before.
I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel
Okay, this part sounds a little too dramatic though.
Started making short
So I might have to
video
just
reels,
extend the
moved
quieter
into
part
YouTube for
over time.
vlogging, And now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But
Yeah,
I think
we'll
that's
use the
exactly
softer
why
part here.
Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you. I have to admit,
I'm feeling hyped right now. Okay. So it wasn't perfect, right? Because like for 37 seconds, I feel like obviously we're jumping into like a section of the song where it's a bit too dramatic and like there's too much energy and stuff like that. So we will either have to listen to some of the stems here and see if there's like a nice soft pad that carries through, and then we'll just build up over time, build up, and then like the strings kick in, and then boom, we've got our opening trailer song. Hells yeah. Okay. I'm a bit hyped because sometimes you never know. Like it's like trying to find the right music. So far we've been lucky, right? With all of our videos that all the videos I've made so far on YouTube, I feel like I've been lucky to find good songs to fit the mood. But you never know, because there's no like real science to it. It's just like hopefully you find a song, and then you have a clicking moment with it. So I think we've had this with this one. Like, and the fun thing is, to me, this is the very last song in the album. So it was like, not to say the other songs didn't work, but there's only one other song in this album that kind of potentially could have worked in terms of having like crazy mood changes and stuff. Because like that was one thing, is like most of the songs in this album are like very positive vibes, right? It's all in like that B major. So yeah, this one feels still upbeat, but because of the crazy dramatic stuff, it feels a little bit more fitting the vibes of my chimp adventure. So, okay, I am going to start downloading a bunch of these, and then let's listen to maybe, let's listen to some of the other versions of it, or the stems, and see. Okay. Wow, I got so excited that now I have to pee, okay? I got so hyped that my bladder of steel is not holding up. Okay, in the meantime though, let me go see where I downloaded this. Act 2. I downloaded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I really need to pee. I got so hyped up over this that I'm breaking my not needing to use the restroom streak. But it's all for a good cause. We found the perfect music for our upcoming video, so whatever. It is what it is. Give me let's give me like 30 seconds, yeah. Yes, we're back. We're back. I just saw where Kimbap is. Kimbap is on my couch, and he looks so adorable. And so is Nala. Nala's putting her paw on me right now. Good girl. You want to come up? You want to come up? Yeah. Come here. Come here, Nala. Good girl. Okay, okay. All right, so where were we? I think I downloaded all of this soundtrack. Oh man, so I'm kind of am I breaking the rules? Is there really rules to this? Basically, I feel like I wanted to do some I'm trying to follow a workflow here. However, I'm so hyped about the music that I kind of want to see if I can just start working with it now. So, yeah, Nala. Good girl, Nala. What do you want to say? What do you have to say? Good girl. Mm-hmm. I agree, I agree. Alright, can you chill here or chill on the bed somewhere? Make your move here. Alright, here we go. Okay, let's go ahead and get back to this. Ugh. Testing, testing. Okay, we're back in front of the mic. And we'll see if my cat decides to chill here or if she's going to be a nuisance. Oh yeah, you know what? She was a nuisance in one of the shots, but I think I'm going to keep it. Where was it? Because it's a little bit adorable. There's a moment where I'm filming and then she makes her presence known. Oh no, there's cat hair everywhere now. Dun, 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 dun. Jesus. I did a lot of speaking here. Oh, here she is. Wait, where'd you go? Wait, where'd it go? Basically, she ruined a shot for me because she made her presence known, and then I forgot the line afterwards. Was it here, maybe? Oh, there it is, yeah. Look at this cutie, though. So as I'm speaking,
shot a travel.
look who decides to show up here. What a cutie. She does, yeah, I'm glad I actually got this on camera with the ZR, no less, because I don't know how often you guys can see it on screen, but it's the most adorable thing when she wants my attention. Sometimes she'll come up and then she'll just stick her paw out and just like tap. She won't even tap. I don't know how to describe it. She just like rests her paw on me until I recognize her. And so that was one of those moments. Cutie. So I'll probably end up keeping it in the review. Why not, you know? It's Nala. Okay, but what I wanted to do will require me to jump all the footages back a bit. Except for the first ones. Let's give some space. Okay, now let's go to audio, soundtracks, best options. And here we technically have our answer now, so let's go ahead and we'll just create a folder just for shits and giggles. B major. And let's drag everything over, starting with breakthrough. Alt mixes. And then let's create a folder. Stems. Okay, and then I think I forgot to download the sound effects. So let's download these guys. Okay. Yeah, they're good sound effects. Where is the folder I need? Oh my god, there's cat hair all over my face now. Good girl. I do love you, Nala. Yes. Downloads. Let's drag these sound effects over. Okay, let's bring them in here under sound effects. SFX. All right. And then technically I need one more bin, and we'll call this breakthrough. And then we'll drag everything into this folder. There we go. Okay, so now that we have everything, let's go off the stems. Okay, we'll start with the pad.
I have to admit something.
Do you? Do you really? Okay, let's just drag this out of the way for now. Let's pause the music. So this is the nice pad that carries across the entire song. It's nice, casual, whatever. Okay, let's put in the piano next. There needs to be an easier way if you're gonna drag something into a new track. It's not that easy in freaking DaVinci Resolve. I don't know why. Like so if I drag this here and I want to drag it to a new track, and so I'm just literally trying to put my mouse over down, it literally won't create a freaking new one. Why? So then I have to put it, or like it'll show for a brief second. So you just saw for a moment there, a hot moment, and it's gone. So I usually have to put it off to the side somewhere and then click on it and then drag it carefully. Why? Why do this to me? Okay, so we got the string pads, piano, and the pads. So now let's just bring in the rest. So basically this is like a dissection of the song. And that way, if there are some portions of it that I don't want to keep, we can always mute it or get rid of it without affecting the rest. So that's what I'm doing right now. But first, I'm just putting it all together as a single song. Oh, come on. Okay. I bet there's like some nice shortcut to do this. I just don't know what it is. Okay. And then no, I think there's a few more to add. So that was the mandolin. We added the pads. So now we need the percussion. And the solo strings. And I think that's it. Because we added the piano and the string pads, I think. Pad, string pads, piano. Yep. Okay. All right, here we go. So let's just listen to it in its entirety again, the full thing, and see if there's a... I'm just muting the piano part for now. Because I think that kind of works. Jeez, the problem is it's so loud. Okay, that's the part. Okay. So how do we combine that with the beginning, maybe? How to do this? Okay, well, firstly, I think all of this section here, I like all of it. I don't think I need to remove any stems. I think we want the entire song. So hopefully if I did this correctly. Nope, I missed one. Okay, so if I take all of this and if I make it a compound clip, and we'll label this opening trailer, opening montage, Okay, so that part we want to keep. But then now we got to figure out how many seconds do we need? What do we say? Oh yeah, like 37 seconds or so. So we need 37 seconds of some kind of, not necessarily monotonous, but we need like toned down, just a slow build up kind of music. Kind of, let's see. But I kind of prefer this a little bit more like upbeat. So maybe we want the beginning here. And then let's maybe drag this over here. I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel. Okay. Let's wildlife and Okay. I really hope this makes sense what I'm doing. I don't exactly know if it does, but we're testing the waters here. I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short-form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you. Okay. Sorry, I have the audio pretty quiet right now just because I don't want to adjust each of these individuals stems. Okay, maybe we'll cut it from... We'll cut it from like here. Oh wait, hold on one second. Maybe... Which one is the one that's making the... Oh, it must be the percussions. Okay, so if I mute this... Okay, okay. We're getting somewhere. Okay. So now I'm going to cut all of this except for the percussion. And then let's make it a compound clip again. Montage. Opening track. Jesus, I need to work on my naming conventions here. Okay, so here's what I'm trying to figure out how to do. And I think at this point we can probably get rid of the drums here. I just want to blend it in somewhere, so... Traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are okay, okay. Okay. I'm just like, I don't know if any of this is gonna work. Okay, so we oftentimes, I keep saying we, when I make these videos, when I make my videos, I'm oftentimes kind of like fumbling in the dark, right? I'm just trying to figure out we're trying to grasp anything, right, in the dark, and then hope that we're making progress or moving forward in some way. So basically, I'm just trying to find. I think I want to keep the beginning part of the song. It might fit the mood, but we're not sure. And then I'm trying to figure out a proper way to blend in the end. There's like a portion right before the drop, let's call it. And so I'm trying to figure out, is there a right placement where we can have this opening blend in with the rest?
I have
So
to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short-form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards
okay, so clearly I need to.
understanding the world of cinematic storytelling.
Okay, so we got to blend it a bit better.
Reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding
Just drag that away for
the
now.
world of cinema. I'm not a pro cinematographer. Invited me to test out. Invited me to test out. Invited me to test. Invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features. And now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world.
Okay, so right there is where this one seems to fit in, but let me just make sure. Okay, so. I'm doing it the wrong way. Actually, no, that's fine. So let's drop. I'll cut this a bit so we can get this to fit in nicely. Let's just see if we can get this smooth.
And now I'm fumbling my way. Moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way. Wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short-form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my.
Okay, so I'm trying to. There's like a note here that seems to be very similar with what we've got here. So I'm trying to match it. Oh my God, I hope all this is worth it at the end. Christ.
Fumbling my. Now I'm fumbling my. Now I'm.
Okay, so somewhere here. And then let's see.
I'm fumbling my.
Then we need to turn this down a bit, but okay, let's figure it out.
Now I'm fumbling my way
Okay, I think volume aside, I think this is.
into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding
Okay, I think that works.
the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly.
And then the other thing is we might need to remove this piano track. So let's see.
Wildlife moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
Something works, some things don't.
Wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short-form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features
can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you. Okay, there's like an inkling of a good concept here, but it needs to be massaged out a bit better. ZR and this review are for you. I think I like the... So then here, obviously, we're going to do the whole crazy montage. Let's see. And this review are for you. Okay. Are for you. Do I want a bit of a black screen before we jump in? Are for you. Or do we jump in right away? Whoops. What do you think about this? No, because then... are for you. Are for you. You are for you. Okay, yeah, we'll fade it out. That's good. Okay. So maybe... and this review are for you. Okay. 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 We're in a good spot. So then basically, as I say the last line, we fade out, and then it kicks in the montage as the music gets crazy. Are for you. Ooh, and even those drums are nice, because then obviously it'll be quick cuts where like dun dun dun, and yeah, okay, cool. This is the perfect song, okay? We found it. And then fade out, I might remove the drums that kick in after here. So these ones. So I might just have it slowly just drift off. And then at that point, we fade back in, it shows me, and then we go like, hey, everything you just saw was shot with the Nikon ZR, blah, blah, blah. If you like it, check out the full short film documentary on my YouTube channel, linked in the description somewhere up above, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so anyways, then we kick back into the talking head, essentially. But I think this works really well. We have a good structure. Obviously there's a lot of hard work still left because now we have to create the montage here. So we've got the soundtrack, but we don't have the visuals. So obviously we got to start looking through all the visuals that we have, see how we can combine some of them in key moments to keep with the dramatic flair. The music's obviously kind of a vibe. So I need to pick stuff different from the trailers I made for my documentary, because that one was a little bit more soft. So now we need like the dramatic stuff. So all of the dramatic shots, any of the energetic shots, things like that. Maybe not just chimps. So yeah, we'll still leverage some of the other footages that I have. Yeah, stuff like this as well, which I wasn't able to use. Yeah, so we have some like cool kind of like close-up shots and things that we still have yet to showcase. So I think, yeah, we'll end up doing a lot more. And then, of course, we're going to use these guys. Actually, let's just watch this real quick. So these are, I think all of these are still unstable. Unstable as in I haven't stabilized the footage, but let's see. Troy, you're saying, wow, you're still on another midnight stream. You know what? I did lose track of time a bit. What time is it? Almost midnight. We're almost there. But we're making good progress. That's why. So Troy, in your absence, basically, I was listening to all the soundtracks that are part of this new album in Lens Distortions. And the very, very last song, but firstly, all of the songs in this album, I really like it. Like, I feel I can see myself using all of these soundtracks for some kind of video in the future. Very, very cinematic and all that kind of stuff. However, I was looking for a soundtrack that I could use for the opening scene of my product review video, and the very last one, as like midway through the song, boom, like there was an epic portion, and I think it fits in nicely with the hook, so the opening hook. So yeah, anyways, I'm very excited, and that's why we're also streaming a little bit later, because I was kind of in the zone. We found the nice music. I'll play it again in a second because it's not finalized. We have still a lot more to go, but yeah. But I did want to kind of look through some of the footages I have here. So I do like the one you just played. Yes, that is the one. So let me do a palette cleanser. Let me just play whatever's on my playlist here. And then let me just look through some of these footages, because we do want to use some of this in my product review, because these are shots that were pertaining to the IBIS, you know, like the stabilization of the camera, because obviously here I was shooting it backwards while handheld. So I want to be able to show, like, you know, the fact that I was able to film all of this walking backwards is a testament to the fact that the camera is pretty powerful, right? So I had shortlisted a number of these clips that could work. Do, 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 do. It's a bit darker in this one. Okay, let's play out the other ones as well. And then we're going to get back to the music. Man, the music was... There's a few times when, like, I live for these moments, okay, Troy? When the stars align, right? Like, especially when I'm in this kind of like scouting or sourcing mode, where I have no idea, am I going to find are we going to find that golden nugget, or is it just going to be a bust, right? And I think we found the golden ticket, or the golden nugget. So, like, everything, once I heard the soundtrack, I feel like everything clicked in my head, where I was like, oh my God, I can visualize the opening scene based on that music. And so whenever I have those moments, it's like such a good feeling, because now I feel like I have a direction. Because otherwise I'm a bit aimless. I don't know, like, oh, hopefully we get an answer, but I don't know if I'll find one. So we found it. So now I have the skeleton. Let me just see. Yeah, these are good shots. I do need to color grade these better to match. Okay. I think those are... Is that all of it? I thought I had more walking. Let's see. Okay, the final shot of the walking. So I think what I'll end up doing is I'll play one of these, whichever one is the best. I'll play one of these in real time, and then either I'll show a different clip or the same clip maybe side by side. So it might be half the screen is the real time shot, and then the other half is when I've like slowed it down, stabilized it, stuff like that. So then it kind of shows like, okay, it's like, I think I'm going to keep calling it the beat drop until I have a better way to describe it. But when the beat drops, it's really nice. And that's where I can visualize it. The moments before the beat drop, this is where I have to work a little bit to kind of make it function better. So I'm trying to chop up some of the music to see if I can find portions that will blend in nicer. So we're not properly there. Wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography started making short. Also, the volume is super loud, but into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinema. And now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. And now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of for vlogging. And now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run and gun. Okay, wait, I gotta push these. This review are for you. Okay, we got a lot of work still left, okay? But the soundtrack is there. We know this is the one we're going to use. Because then as I say the lines about blah, 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 this product, this ZR and the product, what is it? The ZR and the review are for you. Boom, 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 and then boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay. An aspiring filmmaker and solo run and gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you. Obviously, it's way too loud, but okay, we'll work on those things later. And then we might need to cut the... we might have to cut this section a little bit because it is kind of long. Because now, if we go by the duration here, where it might drop, so roughly around there, right? So now we're already at 1.5 minutes. So it's like I'm giving about a minute for the montage, which is like, is that a bad thing? I don't necessarily think so. I do think we have enough footages to fit the entire 1 minute, but a 1 minute, I have to, okay, so this is a good exercise for me. I have to remember who is the audience for this video. The audience isn't necessarily for someone who just wants to see very cinematic shots. They're probably here for information. So they want a little bit of like, okay, prove it to me that the quality is good. Prove it to me why I should watch your video as to why, yeah, why should I listen to you? So that is the importance of having like a quick montage somewhere in the beginning to hopefully prove to the viewers why they should keep watching my video. However, if I have like too long of a montage, it's like they need information. It's like, okay, you've proven it in a few seconds. You don't need a full minute. Now get to the meat. Tell me like, okay, what are the features? How did you shoot this? What are some of the behind the scenes stuff that I should know? Yeah. So I think 30 seconds probably makes the most sense. Sorry, I was just talking to myself to see if it makes sense. But okay. Hello, Nico. You are back. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. I'm seeing, you know what, we used to have this issue back when we were streaming past midnight every night. Usually around midnight, sometimes I would see that my internet connection would get a bit spotty. So hopefully nothing has changed. You guys can still hear and see me. Because on my side, I keep seeing that the streaming keeps going offline. Is that true? Let me see here. Dun, dun, dun. So hopefully you guys can still hear me. I'm gonna wave to see if everything's working. Okay, it's working. Cool. All is good? Perfect. Thank you. But yes, welcome back, Nico. So let me think about... Oh man, we got so much work to do. So the same struggle exists. Do I hand this off to a video editor or do I do this myself? Or I guess maybe I can focus... Oh wait, okay, that's the best answer. I'll work on the opening trailer and then I can hand off the rest to a video editor. So then we can divide and conquer. Assuming I am able to figure out a quick and easy way to provide like these proxy files to someone. Okay. Okay, you know what? This is probably a good moment for me to end the stream. Because like, I think we made some good progress, but I'm at a point where I think I need to mull it over a bit. I need to like kind of brainstorm. And that requires me kind of like being in silence and just like, with a dumb look on my face, which, dumber look on my face, where I'm just kind of like staring into into nothingness as I'm like, oh, does that work? So I need one of those moments. Plus I need to eat dinner. And also I need to check out some of those people who have responded to my YouTube editing job post. So 1 second. Nala is chilling on my lap real quick and she's purring away. Let's see if we can let her purr into the mic. Good girl. Good girl. It's a little bit tough doing this one-handed. Okay, we'll try it this way. Yep. Oh, I'm getting her to freak out. My bad. My bad, Nala. All you're doing is spreading cat hair everywhere now. Okay, we tried. All right. Yes, I think this is a good moment to pause. I think I kind of need to sit with this one. So, anything else to cover? All right, so progress-wise, we've made... Okay, well, we did one of the toughest things, which is finding the opening soundtrack. But that's not game over, because we need to find more soundtracks to use. But at the very least, I think I've also got a good direction for what I need to focus on in the coming days. I want to really nail this opening scene, the opening, like the intro. I need to nail the intro, and then possibly we might try to see if there's a video editor I can work with for the remaining portion of this video. And the key thing is I'm using this as a trial period to see if I can find a good editor that I could work with long term. And it's easier said than done, and it's also going to be a lot of money that I probably need to put into this, but hopefully we'll find a good match and make progress. But yeah, I do want to post this video as soon as possible. You gotta milk the fact that before everyone gets their hands on this camera, I gotta make sure to post this. So I'm already a little bit behind on this one, so yeah, we'll be grinding through this in the coming, let's call it 2 to 3 days at least. And then once we do finish this video and we go through all the other stuff that we need to post, yeah, we're going to go back to Mongolia and Japan, right? So I need to keep posting about Mongolia. We were making good progress on the second or the part 2 of Mongolia. So I want to finish that as soon as possible. So we got a lot on our plate, but in an exciting way. Okay. Thank you guys for being here. I will be back probably tomorrow, roughly the same time. Like, let's call it 4 to 5 p.m. my time. And we'll just keep going until we get tired or we drop dead, whichever comes first.